Madam Deputy Clerk, the time is 7 p.m. I will call this council a public planning meeting to order. Town of Aurora acknowledges that the Anishinaabe lands on which we live and work are the traditional and treaty territory of the Chippewas of Georgina Island, as well as many other nations whose presence here continues to this day. As the closest First Nation community to Aurora, we recognize the special relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and as a municipality, we join them in these responsibilities. We further acknowledge that Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas and Chippewas, recognized through Treaty Number 13, as well as the Williams Treaties of 1923. A shared understanding of the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Gilliland, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions? Call the vote on East Crab. Does everyone put in their vote? John's okay. Councillor, okay. Councillor Gallo, it's just approval. Did you want to just tell me? And while you're logging in, yes. Councillor Gallo is a yes. Oh, Councillor Kim, did you vote? Yes. Councillor Kim's a yes as well. Councillor Gilliland, for some reason it's not showing. Are you yes? Yes. That carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Welcome to Aurora's public planning meeting. The purpose of this public meeting is to inform the public and obtain public input regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of subdivision applications. For the planning applications that will be considered by council tonight, the following process will occur. 1, town planning staff will outline the purpose of the planning applications being considered. 2, then the applicant will be given an opportunity to make a presentation and address issues raised in the staff report or public concerns already filed. 3, following these presentations, members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the item virtually and in person. And 4, either town staff or the applicant will answer your questions. And I'll keep track of the questions, and when I have several, I will direct them to whoever can best answer them. It is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in the planning applications. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any further council or committee meetings concerning the applications being considered, you must complete a planning interested party and speaker request form available at the town's website at aurora.ca/planning notices. We obviously haven't updated this, but they're right there. Linda has them right there at the front. Or you can contact Planning and Development Services by email at planning@aurora.ca or complete a green interested party form and leave it with our committee coordinator sitting at the front. Under the Planning Act, the applicant or residents have the right to appeal any decision of council on a planning application to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But you must verbally express any comments or concerns here tonight or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town prior to council adopting an amendment. The tribunal may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. Names, addresses, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town clerk, Town of Aurora. I will now ask the Deputy Town Clerk to confirm that notification to the public occurred as required by the Planning Act. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting item 5.1 PDS 23-003, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Regional Municipality of York, 14452 Yonge Street, file number ZBA 2022-04. Notices were issued to all addressed property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands 3 weeks prior to the statutory public planning meeting. Signage was posted on the subject lands before January 4th, 2023, with information regarding the public meeting. On January 5th, 2023, a notice of public planning meeting was published in the Auroran and the Aurora Banner newspapers. Public notification has been provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. I will now ask the Director of Planning and Development Services to begin with the presentations. Mr. Romano.
Thank you, Mayor Maracas. Sean LaPena, the town's planner, will provide a brief overview of the York Region zoning amendment application. Then we'll turn it over to the York Region staff and their consultant team to provide their presentation. Sean?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and everybody else in attendance. Welcome to the statutory public planning meeting for zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-2022-04. My name is Sean LaPena, and I'm a planner with the town. Tonight, I will be providing an overview of the subject application, the property and proposal, as well as next steps. Next slide, please. The subject property, municipally known as 14452 Yonge Street, is generally located south of Henderson Drive, east of Bathurst Street, and north of Bloomington Road. The property has a lot area of approximately 4.014 acres and a lot frontage of approximately 66 meters. The subject lands will also accommodate a future sewage pumping station on the east end of the site, which had previously received site plan approval in 2021. Next slide, please. The subject lands are predominantly designated cluster residential by the town's official plan, OPA 34, while other areas within the property are also designated private open space, environmental protection area, environmental function area, ecological buffer, and building setback. Permitted uses in a cluster residential designation are single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, linked housing, townhouses, and private open space. Permitted forms of housing in areas of common open space within a cluster residential designation shall be identified in a site-specific zoning bylaw based on the provisions of the secondary plan. Next slide, please. The subject lands are currently zoned Oak Ridges Moraine Rural General and Public Open Space under the town's zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the subject lands to accommodate a 5-story men's emergency and transitional housing facility with a gross floor area of 2,594 square meters with 37 emergency housing units and 19 transitional housing units for a total of 55 units with 68 beds. The development will also be serviced by a total of 30 surface parking spaces, of which 3 will be barrier-free, 12 bicycle parking spaces, and 1 loading space. Indoor amenity space of approximately 133.6 square meters is proposed as well. The emergency housing component is intended to offer safe short-term accommodation for people who are currently experiencing homelessness, typically providing accommodation for up to 30 days. People accessing emergency housing are provided with flexible, inclusive, and client-centered supports to help them find and retain permanent housing. The transitional housing component is more long-term and private than emergency housing and is intended to accommodate individuals staying for 3 months to 1 year. Transitional housing is intended to provide a safe, secure, and supportive environment for those seeking affordable housing in the community. It is intended to bridge the gap between emergency housing and permanent housing. In transitional housing, individuals gain access to a range of individualized supports that assist with developing financial literacy, life skills, pursuing education, training, and or employment to help them become independent and stay housed. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject lands from its current Oak Ridges Moraine Rural General to Institutional Exception Zone and Environmental Protection Zone in order to accommodate the development as described on the previous slide. Next slide, please. Regarding next steps in the planning process, planning staff will continue to review the first submission and provide feedback to the applicant. Staff will continue to review feedback obtained from the public and council raised at the public planning meeting. When appropriate, a staff recommendation report for council's consideration will be discussed at a future general committee meeting. Notice of the future general committee meeting will be provided upon request. Next slide, please. That concludes this presentation. The applicant has also prepared a presentation of their own. Upon conclusion of the applicant's presentation, both planning staff as well as the applicant will be available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Mr. Rono?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think next the York Region is prepared to begin with their presentation. I believe, is it Melissa McEnroe, the manager of the housing unit, will begin with her team of consultants.
Welcome. Microphone's coming on. There we
Not
go.
on?
Yes, on now.
Is it on now? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. So good evening, Mayor Maracus and members of council. Thank you for providing us a chance to speak to you about an opportunity for emergency and transitional housing in Aurora. My name is Monica Sangoy, and I am a manager with York Region's Homelessness Community Programs Division. And presenting with me today is Melissa McEnroe, Manager of Affordable Housing Development, and our planning consultant, Amy Shepard, Associate Manager of Planning with Arcadis IBI Group. We also have a few other people here, both in person and virtually, who will help us answer questions tonight. We have Josh Scholten, the Director of Housing Development and Asset Strategy, Debbie Thompson, Director of Homelessness Community Programs, Colin Simic, Program Manager of Affordable Housing and Development, Tom Silvestri, Senior Project Manager of Capital Delivery and Technical Services, Frank Park, Principal with Kearns Mancini Architects, Harry Zhu, Urban Planner with Arcadis IBI Group, and Sergeant Reed from the York Regional Police's Community Response Unit. I understand that we have a limited amount of time to present today, so we do want to allow time for questions, and we will do our best to move quickly through the presentation. During our presentation tonight, next slide. During our presentation tonight, we will look to provide a brief introduction to Housing York Inc., including what services are currently available for men experiencing homelessness. Melissa will speak to the contextual background on the project thus far, touching upon the project plan and the ongoing community engagement. And Amy will provide an overview of the planning process and policies on the proposed site design. Next slide, please. To begin, I'll provide a brief summary of Housing York Inc., or HYI, which is York Region's Housing Corporation. As one of the largest nonprofit housing providers in Ontario, HYI owns and manages close to 40 properties across all 9 local municipalities, accounting for approximately 2,800 units and over 4,500 residents. The residents of an HYI building include a wide range of different populations, each of whom have different needs when it comes to housing. Some residents need support in order to have successful tenancies and enhance their well-being. HYI strives to support its residents to maintain stable housing, and this means considering residents as individuals, providing the right services at the right time, and building inclusive communities so that all residents feel safe, welcome, and at home. Next slide, please. HYI's portfolio includes a variety of housing types, the majority being community and affordable rental buildings. HYI also owns and manages emergency and transitional housing buildings in Richmond Hill, Newmarket, East Gwillimbury, and Georgina. These programs are operated by service providers like Salvation Army, 360 Kids, and Blue Door Support Services. HYI's model focuses on supporting healthy communities through functional design, appropriate scale, proactive management, and community support. On your screen, you can see some recent examples of affordable and emergency transitional housing buildings that have been developed by York Region and are now being operated by HYI. Woodbridge Lane offers community and affordable rental housing. Belinda's Place provides emergency housing for women. This program is located in Newmarket and is operated by the Salvation Army. And the Richmond Hill Hub is a unique building which has a combination of community and affordable housing, as well as an emergency and transitional housing program for youth, which is operated by 360 Kids. The proposed development in Aurora, which we're here to talk about today, will include both emergency and transitional housing. Emergency housing is defined as short-term accommodations for people who are experiencing homelessness or are facing a crisis and have no other alternative housing option. Individual would typically stay in emergency housing for 1 to 2 months as they search for a longer-term housing option, and they are accessing individualized wraparound supports. Transitional housing is defined by as a supportive yet temporary type of accommodation, which is meant to bridge the gap between homelessness and permanent housing by offering programming aimed at increasing life stability as residents transition to longer-term housing in the broader community. Residents of transitional housing will typically stay for up to 1 year. Next slide, please. This here is a photo of Porter Place Men's Shelter. This emergency housing site for men is located in East Gwillimbury and shares the same property as Leader Place, which offers emergency housing for families, and Passage House, which offers transitional housing for men. All 3 programs are operated by Blue Door Support Services. The Porter Place building has served the region well, but it's aging, and there is limited opportunity for expansion and program enhancement. The current building cannot adequately support the range of programs needed to assist clients to find and keep their housing while strengthening life stabilization. In addition, the current property does not have municipal services like water and sanitary servicing. Rather, it uses wells and septic tanks. It's very costly to install and operate a standalone water or wastewater system on a property like this, which limits our ability to expand the services at the current Porter Place location. The capacity at Porter Place is 30 emergency housing beds. Porter Place is consistently full almost every day, with an average occupancy of 100%. At times, Porter Place has to use overflow beds set up in common areas to accommodate the volume of men who require emergency housing. Porter Place is York Region's only emergency housing facility that's dedicated to men. And I want to share with you a snapshot of the men who relied on Porter Place for emergency housing in 2021. 82% of those men were Canadian citizens. Just over half were under the age of 40. And for 42% of the men who stayed at Porter Place in 2021, it was the first time they ever had to stay in a shelter. There's no single contributing factor that can lead someone to experience homelessness. Factors such as rising housing costs, a shortage of affordable and safe housing, low incomes, illness, personal or family crisis, and job loss are all contributing factors to homelessness. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it even harder for some of our most vulnerable residents to keep their housing. Many residents have experienced homelessness for the first time because of the financial hardship that occurred during the pandemic. Next slide, please. Our intention is not to simply move Porter Place to a new location, but rather to build a new multi-service emergency and transitional housing facility for men who are experiencing homelessness. The new building in Aurora will be more than just a place to stay. It will have skilled staff to help individuals strengthen their mental health and wellness, find and keep housing, increase life stability, and develop important skills such as budgeting and literacy, and access education and job training to increase employment opportunities in the community. At the proposed new site, services and tailored supports will be offered that focus on the needs of the person and support them in a safe and inclusive environment. The service delivery model aims to provide inclusive, person-centered programs to support recovery and autonomy. The men who will use this building are looking for a safe and welcoming space to access services. They are our neighbors, our brothers, our fathers, our uncles, and our sons. These men want to contribute to the community and find stable housing and employment. The new building in an accessible and central location will allow us to provide the supports and services that these men need to build a bright future. We will hire a third-party operator to oversee services and deliver on-site programming to meet these specific goals. Like all of our York Region-owned emergency housing programs, the region will carefully select the operator and ensure that they and their staff have the expertise to effectively support men who are experiencing homelessness. A key component of our emergency and transitional housing model is that ownership and maintenance of the building remains the responsibility of the region through HYI. This allows the program operator to focus on providing services to the clients while the region provides property maintenance and services and repairs to the building. With this model, we're able to respond quickly to any building-related current concerns and ensure that the service provider is able to serve the needs of the individuals who are staying in their program. I will now pass it over to Melissa to talk to you about the process that was undertaken to search for a suitable site for this new development. Thank you.
Thanks, Monica. My name is Melissa McEnroe. I'm the manager of affordable housing development here at York Region. I have the pleasure and opportunity to speak with you tonight about our site a little bit more, about why we selected it, and some important considerations and concerns I'm sure many of you have. So first, I'll just kind of situate everybody here on our location plan. So as you can see, if you're an Aurora resident, you kind of see exactly kind of the center here at Yonge Street. When you're a developer of affordable housing, what you see here is services and connection and transit and a whole thriving and vibrant community. And that is what made us so excited when we first saw this site. Next slide, please. So just zooming in a little bit more, speaking to one of the elements that really attracted us to the site, which is the buffer or the space between our site and any other buildings that exists on this. So in Aurora, as a built up community, it is quite rare to find a site with this much space around it. So as you can see, just to Cottonwood Hollow, we have about 118 meters or 357 feet. And then past the railway tracks onto Millgate Place in Henderson, it's almost 200 meters. So we did look and take in consideration the surrounding uses on this one as well. There are, since the distance to the neighbors there is some buffering and landscaping, and we can talk a little bit about that in the next slide. So this is a close-up of our site plan. So what we've been doing is really thinking not just about where the building is or putting the application in, but how this building works. The difference between what would be kind of a traditional winter shelter for those experiencing homelessness and this facility is night and day. This is not just a place for people to spend the night and get out in the morning. This is where people will live for up to a year for many of them. There are bedrooms designed just as anyone would in a residential space. There's community kitchens, community space inside and outside, seating areas. We have put a lot of thought and detail into this, and not just us at the region, but many of our close service providers and professionals have proven very useful in providing us sort of best practices. So this is reflected in our design. A couple of things to point out here. So we have, as Sean mentioned, about 30 parking spaces. We're working with the town now to consider potential shared visitor spaces for any future trail access. So you can see on the bottom of the screen there is a potential trail access, and we could potentially accommodate some visitors. So that's sort of in the site plan. We are working on that. Another thing to point out here is there is a pumping station, the Henderson pumping station right in front. That's the gray box there. What they do there is, they filter all of the wastewater through this. And there is a very sophisticated odor control unit that is on this running 24/7, essentially purifying and removing odors from the air. This is the newest technology. There are some older facilities that don't have this particular one, but this is the best at keeping those odors at bay. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a view, kind of an imaginary view, if you will, but if you're standing on Yonge Street and kind of extrapolating, this is the 357 feet or 387, 118 meters between that. So we've kind of identified what could be a concern for our neighbors on Cottonwood. There are there's quite a large amount of landscaping on the neighboring site, and we've paid special attention to ensure that the large and mature trees there are just going to be at the top of the sight line. So as you can see there, the 5-story building, which is the same height as the other one, as the building is there and has a comparable height on both sides. So this is just an indication. Next slide, please. So I just want to speak a few minutes to our approach to design. We have a fantastic team of architects, planners, designers, engineers on board with us. Our architect is Kieran's Mancini. They are a reputable and very wonderful firm that does a lot of cutting edge architecture. What's most important about these 55 units, we are striving for what's called a passive house certification and a LEED Gold on the site as well. So passive house is an environmental way of building. It is the most environmentally sensitive component and actually relies on less energy than any other type of building. So we are really working in those designs. And of course, what's important on the inside, as you could see with the site plan, we were thinking about what happens on the inside. Building with health and wellness and sustainability and durability, and building for people who have, lived in traumatic experiences. All of those things are being considered in this. This is not just a cut and paste building from another place. We are using the best research and the best practices to ensure that the project that we're putting here meets the complex needs of those who will be receiving care. Next slide, please. Just a quick snapshot of here, just to remind everybody where we started. So back in the winter of 2018, we first started realizing and got the approval to move Porter Place to relocate it. We knew that there was a need, and we have been working towards that. So we're right here in kind of our phase 2 planning review and approvals. We are completing construction by spring of 2025. That's our plan. So it will be a 7-year process from the time that we first started until construction. Just 2 things to highlight. We have had 3 public information centers between phase 1 and phase 2. We've had 3 community liaison committees. And of course, we've reached out to service providers and close neighbors many times throughout this process. Next slide, please. So I want to highlight on this slide 2 things for you. The first is what I mentioned earlier, allocated in 2018. That was when our first funding was first approved to search for this. And actually, a couple of us were on the project team. We were excited about this opportunity. And in 2019, we actually started speaking with a broker and looking at different opportunities. We knew Aurora was the place to be. There's so much connectivity and diversity in this community. We wanted to be here. We were looking for those sites. Some came up, some fell through. And then just serendipitously, we found that our colleagues in our public works department actually had purchased this land for completely separate use for the pumping station. And again, when I saw that first aerial, I knew right away that this was a great spot for all of those reasons. And of course, here we started kind of our planning and public process in 21. And the second thing just to highlight here, these are 7 criteria that we rely on in every single site. And this is the best practice through planning policies and housing policies. The first 4 are, location specific, and the other 3 are ensuring that we support our municipalities and our regional objectives. So this is we call this the Social Housing Investment Framework. This was created back in 2016 and has helped guide us every single one of our new developments since. And in this case, I won't reiterate too much, but in this case, the access to services and the access to transit in comparison to East Gwillimbury in Porter Place is polar opposite. That is what has excited us the most. And of course, we look to strengthen and support the regional and town's official plans, which this does. Next slide, please. And just lastly, I'll get to some community engagement here. So One of the things I'm proud of a lot of the work that the region does, but one of the things that's really fantastic is we truly do outreach to our communities. We can't be everywhere all of the time, but we certainly do target those and ensure that we get the message out as much as possible. Just a couple stats on your screen. We have mailed out about 350 mailers to different residents and neighbors, and there's been about 15,000 web hits since December of 2022. There is interest in this project, and gauging from the rest of you here, you would agree with that. So on the left there, just a couple of kind of points in terms of community liaison committee. We are still recruiting. So if there's any close neighbors who are interested in being on our community liaison, there's a quick application. Happy to talk about that and have you on our committee. And we'll be continuing our engagement with door-to-door knocking and talking in the spring and summer. Of course, our website, and you can flip to the next slide, thanks. Our website is the best place to go for all sorts of information and all of our frequently asked questions. This is my last slide. And I want to point out here, we kind of put a couple questions here that we've heard over the last little while. And we understand we're not everybody is going to agree with us on everything, and we can't win all of the time. What will happen to the value of my property? We get that a lot. So what we've done to kind of validate our feelings and philosophies on this is to look at the property values surrounding Belinda's Place and the trends over the last several years that's been open, and they have continued to appreciate, and that is backed with data that is publicly available. I do want to speak a little bit about safety and crime, because that's another big question. We are really lucky to have the close support of YRP, or York Regional Police. Sergeant Matthew Reed is here tonight to speak a little bit more further about that, perhaps in some questions or answers. There is, we've done some data. There's all sorts of data when you look out there. And in this specific instance, we relied on York Region Police crime map, and Sergeant Reed can speak about that. But there hasn't been in those crime maps any evidence to suggest the addition of those in the last few builds. I understand, we all understand that people's feelings and perceptions and anecdotes are different than some points of data. And we, because of that, I want to really ensure that the community safety is our top priority. We do have somebody on site 24 hours a day. We do have good neighbor agreements, which are expectations for our residents with their behavior to do that. And lastly, we do all sorts of design elements in our buildings, including, better landscaping, outside seating areas, turning or from crime away from corners that could be dangerous. We build that all in. And last but not least, our community liaison committee, which is comprised of service providers and neighbors. We meet quarterly. We will continue to meet quarterly until typically until the end of construction. But in this case, we think it might be valuable to continue that liaison through the first year of operations, so that if there are any issues surrounding, we can be in tune, they can get answers and direct information directly from the source, and we'd be happy to continue working with them. So that's my slide. I'm going to turn this over to Amy, who is here to speak a little bit more about the planning process.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor and member of council. My name is Amy Shepherd. I'm a planner with Arcadis IBI Group. As Melissa has mentioned, York Region has applied for a zoning bylaw amendment. An official plan amendment is not required for this particular development proposal. This meeting is part of the initial community consultation that builds upon the work that York Region has previously done with the community outside of this mandatory public process. The application was submitted in the summer of last year, 2022, and was deemed complete by the town. The public meetings are an important part of obtaining input and through the development process. And as Melissa mentioned, York Region is very much interested in carrying on the conversation with its local residents and its key supporters and service providers. This is a key time in the process where we're able to gather information from the community. We know there is a lot of interest, some concerns, and we'd like to gather that input, take it away for our own review. And your input will help us move forward with the process, making any revisions as required to the zoning bylaw amendment application, and helping the team move forward with what's known as the site plan approval application, which would be required after the rezoning if it is granted. Next slide, please. Thank you. So planning in Ontario is guided by a number of provincial acts, policies, and planning documents. This includes the provincial policy statement, and an important part of the provincial policy statement is the More Homes, More Choice, Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan. Another very important part of our provincial planning framework is A Place to Grow, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. These provincial policy documents provide direction for the efficient land use and infrastructure, the provision of a range and type of mix of housing, and this includes affordable housing and supportive housing. It also provides policy direction on achieving transit supportive densities and making the highest and best use of existing infrastructure. The province very much encourages communities to be developed with social equity in mind and to ensure the quality of life for all residents, including people of all incomes. A goal for Ontario, as well as a goal for the town and for the region, is to provide something called complete communities. And these are places where a broad range of housing types and services are available for all residents. The proposed development is consistent with the policies and objectives of the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. It also complies with the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, as well as the Greenbelt Plan and the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. All regions and municipalities in Ontario are required to create planning documents such as their official plans and ensure that their planning initiatives comply with and help support provincial policies. Next slide, please. So you'll see on this slide, it's an excerpt from the York Region Official Plan, which was recently adopted in 2022. It shows the location of the site, and the site is within a designated urban area, specifically in an area known as a built-up area. It is on a designated regional corridor, which is Yonge Street, and Yonge Street is also designated in the Regional Official Plan as a transit corridor. Policies of the official plan direct for the facilitation of the development of housing, infrastructure, and services to meet the needs of current residents as well as future residents. Provides policy direction for providing a mix of housing options and specifically makes reference to the provision of emergency and transitional housing. The York Region Official Plan includes policies to encourage sustainable development, pattern, and design, and as Melissa spoke to, this building is not only seeking LEED status, but also passive house. This proposal supports and conforms with the policies of the York Region Official Plan. And as you know, municipal official plans must be consistent with and help implement the policies of the upper tier municipality. Next slide, please. The policies of the council approved Town of Aurora Official Plan are intended to achieve the municipality's long-term vision to develop the town into a healthy, strong, and complete community that provides a range of places for people to live, work, shop, play, and be educated in a manner that promotes sustainability in all forms and protects the town's natural heritage resources and historic character. Section 6 of the official plan includes planning objectives and policies for providing a range and mix of housing. Specifically, there are policies that encourage a range of housing types, sizes, densities, and prices to meet the needs of current and future residents. And it does specifically make reference to emergency shelters, affordable housing, and special needs housing throughout the town. Encouraging innovation is also a policy of the town when it comes to providing housing and to address social and economic, environmental, and growth management challenges. The proposed development conforms with and helps implement the Town of Aurora official plan policies pertaining to the needs and location of special needs housing, communal housing, and community services on lands that are well serviced by transit, that are in proximity to community services and commercial facilities and goods, and that can provide a buffer and be comparable and compatible to the character of the surrounding community. And as in the slide that Melissa had shown, we realize, yes, there are lower rise residential to the south, as well as that 5-story recently developed retirement building. We figured the distance between our proposed development lot line And the single detached lower rise houses to the south is almost the distance of 2 football fields. And that distance, along with the existing mature vegetation, will help ensure privacy, protect views and vistas, along with the design attributes of the building that are looking to protect and enhance the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The subject site is also part of Official Plan Amendment OPA 34, which is the Young Street South Secondary Plan. The part of the site where the proposed building will be located is designated cluster residential by OPA 34. And there's policies within the plan that specifically permit residential and community facilities in any residential zone, any residential designation, subject to a rezoning application. And that's why we're here today. Policy 3.2.1 further states that these uses are permitted in any residential zone, suitable forms of supportive housing, and we consider the fact that there is a 5-story to the south and that the area has been experiencing intensification and growth based on its regional corridor designation and proximity to services, that it is an appropriate form of housing, and it is compatible with the surrounding residential fabric. As such, we do not need an official plan amendment based on the policies and permissions within the town's current base official plan, as well as the OPA 34. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned Oak Ridges Moraine Rural General Zone, and that is the portion of the site where the building is proposed. There is a piece along Young Street that is designated open space, and we're not proposing any changes to that. The zoning bylaw amendment application is actually seeking to rezone a larger piece than just where the proposed housing development will be. And that will help not only to facilitate this development, but also to update the town's zoning to allow for protection of the environmental and natural heritage features to the west. The Oak Ridges Moraine Rural zoning was established many decades ago, and this update will bring it in line with the current policy direction of the town, region, and province. So with the rezoning application, we are seeking to rezone the part of the site where both the pump house as well as the men's facility will be located as institutional. We discussed with the town and amongst ourselves, it could have been, we could have sought a rezoning for a residential or institutional. We went with institutional because it is a blended site with regional facilities on both pieces. In addition to the zoning bylaw amendment, adding permissions for the proposed use. It will also allow a maximum building height of 18 meters, which is, I noted, is very similar to what was recently developed and approved to the south for the Dell Manor Retirement Center. And it will establish minimum parking requirements that are based off of the region's long-standing operational experience and of what proportion of its residents do actually own a car, what their visitor population staffing is, and other services. Some proxy surveys, and proxy surveys are when somebody sits and clicks in the parking lot of other facilities to track in and out movements. Those were done on 2 of their facilities. And as well, Arcadis IBI Group and the region's transportation engineers have extensive experience with right sizing parking. And that's a term we use to make sure an appropriate amount is provided. The town's current bylaw does not actually have a provision for this form of housing. And lastly, as we move through this process, we may seek to establish so that it is locked into zoning specific landscaping requirements and setback requirements. With the proposed rezoning, we are looking to add a buffer, an environmental buffer, to ensure that transition and the safe growth and maintenance of the natural heritage component to the west. I think next slide, please. So as part of the zoning bylaw amendment, a number of detailed technical studies, plans, and reports were required. This includes a planning justification report, a functional servicing and stormwater management report, a very detailed environmental impact assessment, which involved natural heritage, working very closely with the Conservation Authority, an arborist report and tree preservation plan, a construction impact mitigation plan, and that will help minimize any disturbance and lock in agreements in terms of good neighbors commitment through the region. There were geotechnical and hydrogeo reports, a noise impact study, the architectural plans, which include illustrative renderings and elevations, and then a lighting plan, because obviously we want to ensure that any light pollution does not impact the neighbors. It's very much a residential building and keeping. It's not like having a 24/7 supermarket in terms of lighting, but that's all of the package that was required as part of this rezoning application. And certainly moving forward with the site plan, it's very much understood that these plans will be further refined, more materials will be required, and it's just sort of the stepping stone into this first phase. Next slide, please. I think we get to our conclusion here because Melissa has spoken to the proposed site plan and the building elevations. As I mentioned, this is our first meeting with the public in this forum at the town. The region will continue to work with the community. And very much, we hope that the message has come through that this rezoning is a really important tool that will help the town, the region, address the critical housing shortage that's underway, that's impacting people of all ages, all socioeconomic backgrounds, and we hope to work together on this exciting project. I believe the last slide, sorry, is the opportunity to send in comments or questions you have through to York Region. They have a website, as Melissa mentioned, that has a lot of really interesting information. It has background information from the previous public consultation, more details on the proposed building design, and certainly provides an opportunity for members of the public and yourselves to ask questions and receive further information. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentations. Council, I'm going to now open up to members of the public. As this is our first public planning meeting of this term. Just one second, everyone. I just kind of want to go through the ground rules first. Obviously, it's great that you're all out here. This is probably one of our first meetings where we've had this many people in a long time in the chamber. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone has an understanding of how the process works. You have 5 minutes, come to the podium, say your name, and away you go. There'll be a chime when you have 1 minute left, and then another chime when you've reached your 5-minute mark. I ask that everyone remain respectful when someone is speaking. And also I would remind everyone to please remain respectful when you are speaking. I fully understand, and I think all of us appreciate the fact that everyone is passionate, and we like that. But at the same time, we want to be able to hear everyone's comments, and I don't want to have to stop someone because it has become disrespectful, okay? We want to hear everything that you have to say. So that being said, I am going to start with the members that have, the delegates that have put forward from electronically. And so our first member of the public is Mir Alam Adam Ali. Not responding. Okay. Next, I have Natalie Campanero. Natalie, are you there? No. Okay. Next, I have Michael Barton. Michael, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. So I'm here as a land use planning consultant. So I'm not a member of the community. I've been engaged by a number of members of the community to provide an independent planning opinion with respect to this application. So they were interested in seeing what a land use planning professional who is not, personally invested in this community would think about this proposal, about this application. So that's how I'm coming at this, the applications before you today. I have submitted a letter this afternoon. You probably hadn't received it. It's just for the record. It outlines the key elements of the information I'm going to provide to you today. So what you will see is that my opinion focuses around the concepts of existing versus planned neighborhood character, and planned and existing character in the sense of built form character, and then also the character of the use. So when we're talking about existing built form character, we've seen from the information that's already been provided, we see vacant land, open space, single family homes, We see the Del Manor facility that's further to the south. That is a relative anomaly in the area, but it is a component of that existing context. And then we look at the planned built form character, and what we see is that planned built form character is that of the cluster residential. So we're seeing the singles, semis, and towns that's really envisioned within that area, that cluster residential component of this area. So from a land use perspective and a land use character perspective, the cluster residential isn't really geared around the concept of any type of short-term tenancy. Not saying that can't happen. People rent short-term, you never know what's going to happen. But the difference in the character, what's being proposed here is the intended short-term character nature of this property. So there's the two elements. There's the built form character, and there is the actual character of the use. So in terms of the letter I provided, I've gone through the existing context and the elements that were there. So the town and the region have done a good job of letting you know what's on the site today. The fact that the easterly portion's under construction for the Henderson sewage pumping station, that we're going to see, where this property is relative to the surrounding neighborhood and the development that's going to occur to the west of the pumping station. So as I point out in my letter, there's just a couple of the key elements that we see in the current context is that vacant land, that open space that's to the north and to the south, a large number of trees around the property. We do see the residential development to the south, which is 14430 Young Street. So that's that's 14378 Young Street. That is a number of single family homes on a court. To the east, we also have the single family homes that are on relatively large lots on Alm Court. So we see that we do see a mix of character, but it is definitely a low density, considerable amount of open space, natural heritage features that represents that existing character. So then what I went into after looking at that was the planned context that we see with the focus on the town's documents. So we heard about the region, that this falls within the region's urban area. But when we look at the town official plan, we see that this is the area of the property that's going to be developed as the cluster residential designation, even though we have a number of designations such as environmental function area, environmental protection area, ecological buffer. There's also the woodlands and woodlands minimum vegetation protection zone that overlays on this property. However, my understanding is that this falls fully within the cluster residential. And then from the perspective of the zoning bylaw, the current zoning effectively limits the use of the property to its current use. So there's this requirement that any use that was legally existing before November 15th, it represents the permitted use on the property. So we heard the development proposal that this is a combination of emergency and transitional units. So again, we see that my understanding from is that 37 of these units will be emergency, which is intended to be up to 30 days. So 30 days or less, with the balance being the longer for the 3 months to a year. So again, in terms of the character, it's intended to be temporary in nature.
Michael, sorry to interrupt. You're at 5 minutes. If I could just get you to wrap up.
Okay, so where I'm coming at this from is the perspective of that character. There's the planned context of this neighborhood is that of low density residential, singles, semis, towns. The proposed 5-story building would not be permitted if this was in the form of an apartment building or another use like that. So the official plan is allowing this to come in through the certain provisions that are there related to supported housing, and that there's 2 provisions, one in the official plan, one in the OPA that seek that. So the concern here is that land use compatibility in terms of the nature of the use, and then the built form compatibility and character. So not just compatibility in terms of setbacks and screening of the building, but just the overall character of the neighborhood and what the official plan and the OPA intended for this area. So again, that is how, in my opinion, The concern that I would have, how this is going to fit in with the area, how it's going to contribute to the character, but largely how this, aligns with the vision that the official plan is established for this site and the surrounding area.
Thank you, Michael. Next, I have Renee Nascimento.
Yes,
Renee?
hello. Yes, hi.
Hi,
Hello. Yes, thank you for.
how are you? If you could just say your name and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, yes, it's Rene Nascimento, and I'm a resident of Ward 3, which is basically north of the train tracks, where this proposal is south of the train tracks. Just a couple questions. I guess I would direct this to the region of York, the applicant. For peace of mind for my town council and for residents of Aurora, can the York region provide through the Freedom of Information Act a request to the York Regional Police Force if they can provide the reports of say activities at the site, the current site, which I believe is the Porter Place Blue Door location in West or East Gillenbury, if that report can be provided to us as to, for, peace of mind to what we can expect at this facility.
Renee, if I just get you finished at the end, after I've gone through everyone and we have a whole bunch of questions, I'll go through those questions with either the applicant or with staff or whoever's best to answer those. So we don't do a Q&A through at this time.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. So if you could capture that as a,
Yep,
a
absolutely.
possible takeaway for the region to provide that to us. Okay, and my second question is basically about the day-to-day operations at the facility. I'm not sure if Monica or Melissa can speak to this, but I would be wondering, I'm wondering with the term emergency in this applicant form for the facility, it's an emergency facility. I just would like to know if this means a 24/7 operation with activities taking place 24/7, which would mean, is there intakes going on 24/7? Are there people in and out of the building 24/7?
Okay. Is there anything else, Renee?
No, that would be my two questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to them once, like I said, once we get through everyone. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Pascal?
A point of either order or clarification. Can people speak multiple times?
Yep.
So just to be clear that
Yep.
they can come back and speak multiple times if they
Yep.
run out of time. Thank you.
Next, electronically, we have Quasi Sodoya. Are you there? Oh, there we are. How are you? Oh, you're on mute.
There we are.
There we go. All right. I just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Quasi Sodia, and I'm a close resident to the proposed site plan. And as a former worker for Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program, I have a few concerns about the proposed site. In particular, the effects on the existing community as it stands currently. With the proposed trails and different accesses, residents in the area are concerned about a few social issues that may come up. As a parent of a young family, what we residents want to see is a safe community and a community that's well thought out and well planned. And I can speak for most residents in the area, having met with many of them, that we're not against the shelter or the social need for this kind of application, or we're really concerned about just the proposed site. And in that, it's just the implications in the surrounding area, having the forest area and the trails there. And I understand that transit was a major tipping point and why they wanted to plan the site there. But it doesn't appear to me that there's many of the services that these individuals will need that are existing in the area currently. It's just going to be plopped in the middle of a forest area surrounded by detached homes, and just doesn't pass the common sense test. As someone who has worked in social services for upwards of 15 years, these individuals, as you stated in your presentations, are usually high needs and require a lot of supports. And I've dedicated my career to supporting individuals such as these, but it just doesn't seem to fit the community at large. If we're looking at getting employability for these individuals, getting experiential services as it relates to work placements and such, it seems like there's not a large business community in the area, since they're offset by these large impediments, the rail yard, or the train tracks, I should say, surrounded by forests, and then just they're going to be disjoint from the business community where they can actually get employment services. Doesn't seem to be there's medical services immediately in the area. So just a lot of concerns in terms of just the placement of the shelter. And speaking as a father of a young family, that we actually spend our time volunteering in the community and helping those in need. But it seems that this place can be better situated somewhere where they have access to the medical services and the business community for employments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have James Coe.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Hi, James.
Hi.
I just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, my name is James. I think Quasi there stated a lot of things that, I'm concerned about as well. I've actually just recently heard about this. I'm a little bit further south than the proposed plan, with a family that's, a growing family and with small children, and it's the same idea of security is one of my issues as well. The data provided with regards to if you guys can post that would be really, really great. It's just, with understanding studies, you can skew data very, very easily. I'm not saying any data has been skewed, but it'd be nice to kind of lay out all these different studies based on, security being one of the biggest concerns. And second, obviously, people are concerned about property value as well. It's not such a big deal, obviously. But, to say that the housing prices have increased is kind of silly, because housing prices have increased everywhere. So just something that a couple of people have been concerned about in our area as well. But other than that, it's something new to me in terms of hearing about this kind of 2 days ago. And, I guess it's been in development for a long time. It's just never really been talked about until kind of the final stages. So it's a bit of a surprise to us.
Is that all, James?
Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next, we have Nadia Somana. Oh, all right, Nadia, you're here? Okay, so then you can come on down. No, it's not The Price is Right, but you can come on down. Welcome. So you can just state your name and you have 5 minutes, and floor is yours.
So
So my name is Nadia Samani, and I live in the Woodhaven community on Maplefield Circle. Thank you for allowing time to speak today, and I'm very happy to see the support that exists within this room to oppose the proposed shelter, because I'm pretty sure that most of the people here are in opposition to it. I would like to lend my voice to the number of voices that have already been provided in writing and otherwise. And I know we only have about 5 minutes to speak, which is pretty insufficient to express the range of the deep concerns that I have and which I know are shared by our residents as well. But I'll do my best to abbreviate my comments and speak as quickly as possible. The council is already aware and in receipt of a public letter prepared by our community, which speaks to the serious concerns and issues, which I won't belabor, but I'll raise in broad strokes right now. Among the risks are those to our safety and security, as well as to our economic interests. The impacts to our environment, neighborhood experience, and neighborhood character cannot be understated either. The earlier presentation spoke about creating a safe and inclusive housing environment and housing area so everybody feels safe. That is absolutely not the case here. If that were the case, I don't think you would see the turnout that you do see here today. If our neighborhood was meaningfully consulted, that would be evident and the oppositions would have been recorded. The trails mentioned that would be made available and connected to all of our homes and the risks associated with that have not been adequately considered based on the presentations today. The distance between the proposed building and our community is also insufficient to provide security and safety. Suggesting that ignores the integration goal that is expected of these men who would presumably move along the Young Corridor and elsewhere within the neighborhood in which we all frequent. The examples of the types of other shelters that have been developed and in existence are also distinguishable from the proposed men's shelter here today. Those related to or which house women and youth are clearly distinguishable than those that house at-risk men who have evidence-based data to demonstrate that they are at higher risk and propose. And also,
Please, everyone.
And also who pose additional concerns and security threats to our neighboring residents, many of whom include vulnerable segments of this community, including children and seniors, as mentioned about the Del Manor residents that's nearby. Clearly, the fact that the presentation spoke about increasing life stability of these men confirms the lack of existing stability within them, and again, demonstrates the lack of security that will be provided to our residents. Counselors and others are probably already aware of the numerous press coverage that exists about the consequences of such shelters in residential and mixed-use communities within the GTA and elsewhere. The experience in those suburbs is clear. There is increased crime to person and property. There is increased drug paraphernalia scattered about and strewn across the streets, not just in proximity to the shelter, but elsewhere. There is increased lack of sense of security and safety of residents, and all of which erodes our security and infringes upon our right to enjoy our property and doesn't support our reasonable expectations of belonging to a town that has said in all of its communications that they are committed to our safety, security, and well-being. Allowing this proposed supportive housing would mean that the town is not adhering to its own principles. The lack of meaningful consultation is also a serious concern and one which I would like to have recorded. So-called community engagement and web hits does not equate to community support. Our Woodhaven community itself is new. I personally only moved in 2021, and the fact that these consultations and preparations were done from 2018 suggests that there wasn't a meaningful consultation of the neighborhood that would be most impacted, which is within our Woodhaven community, all connected by trails and other access routes. If that were the case, these consultations should have happened after the development was completely established and our corporations have an adequate time
Please, everybody,
to
please.
consider the seriousness of the issue. There has been a lack of responsiveness all around in all of my communications with the city planners and Nonetheless, in the last week, we've been able to organize a petition of over 180 signatures, which demonstrates the extreme opposition to this. So thank you for your time. I know I'm out of it, but I have a lot more to say.
Thank you, Nadia. Everybody, please. All right. Yes, I'm gonna remind everyone that you can speak again. So. All right, but I would hope that everyone is not going to just duplicate what they said the first time, but we do encourage if you do want to speak a second time. Also, I just remind everyone, once again, I know you're passionate and we appreciate the fact that you're going to clap and you're going to cheer on everyone. But we do try to not have that much cheering within the chambers because we obviously do want to hear everyone. We want to be able to get through each presentation, each comment. So we want to do that efficiently to make sure that the meeting runs smoothly and we can get to the point that I think that all of you truly want to hear is what all of these people have to say. So next up, we have Nisha Shajavi or Shaviji. Sorry.
Everyone, my name is Nisha Shivji. The community has submitted a petition to the town of Aurora against the proposed development and the zoning bylaw amendment. The petition contains over 180 signatures. Although there are multiple reasons that the proposed development should be opposed, today I will focus on the key environmental issues surrounding the significant woodland and the distinct character of the Yonge Street South community. According to the report submitted by York Region, of the 118 trees on the property, 37 would need to be removed to accommodate the proposed development. Additionally, an endangered species, the butternut, is located on the property. There is also a high potential habitat for species at risk on the property, including the eastern wood pewee, and a low to moderate potential habitat for 4 endangered species, including the little brown myotis, the northern myotis, the eastern small-footed myotis, and the tricolored bat. The removal of over 30% of the inventory trees and the potential that the removed trees could be habitats for species at risk and 5 endangered species does not meet the extremely high threshold of no negative impacts on the natural features or their ecological functions as required by the provincial policy statement and other provincial policies with respect to protected woodlands. Additionally, the environmental study impact states that negative impacts are not anticipated. However, this is not equivalent to stating that there are no negative impacts. Despite the mitigation efforts proposed, it is clear that there will still be negative impacts on the environment. Now I will discuss the application of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. According to the plan, the minimal protected vegetation zone required for significant woodland is 30 meters. The proposal contains a minimum vegetation zone of only 5 to 15 meters and includes a gravel road within the 5 to 15 meters. To justify the reduction of over 15 to 25 meters and the gravel road within it, York Region has relied upon the opinion of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. However, a reduction of the minimum vegetation zone is inconsistent with the wording of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, regardless of whether it was approved by the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. If the required 30-meter vegetation zone is used, some of the proposed development would occur within it, and Section 22(2) of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan would apply, which prohibits all development within the minimum vegetation zone. Therefore, the proposed development as submitted is prohibited. Lastly, the addition of a building of this magnitude would not be compatible with the surrounding community. Although there is a retirement building in a surrounding development, there are no other buildings of this magnitude. The proposed development will not blend into the natural elements of the property as proposed, as the building is over 18 meters in height and will still be visible from Yonge Street, even if it is located behind the sewage pumping station. In conclusion, the zoning amendment is not justified. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. Next, I have Marco Visconti. Marco? Welcome. Just state your name and your 5 minutes.
Marco Visconti. I'm at 30 Cottonwood Hollow, so I'm the second in line to see the proposed site. So I just want to speak first about community engagement. Back in December 2021, Sophie Batar, which was the community liaison, came around, spoke to me. I answered the door and said, I'm proposing a shelter there. I said, have you spoken to any of my neighbors? She says, I'm going to speak to them now. Later that night, I went out and I asked all my neighbors on my street, has anyone spoken to you? Have you received any pamphlets? Nothing. Not anyone. I think I was the only person she actually spoke to. When it came time to building the community liaison committee, I was the only one of the residents on it. Multiple people here in this area. Why was anyone else on that? Just me. Anyways, I want to talk about the poorly planned location first. It just seems to be an afterthought to throw this building into space because we have the pumping station, right? What I want to see is that brokerage report. What other locations have you actually looked at? That was probably the most important one in terms of the research, right? I was also given very generalized answers when I asked why location was chosen on email. They mentioned that it was selected in 2019, but nothing in regards to the research showing why it was selected. They also mentioned the proposed location was chosen because of its size, central location in York Region, proximity to transit, places of employment, social and medical services. I'm really concerned that they haven't done their due diligence in finding suitable employment opportunities for these men. We want to see where's the research. Like, are you just going to bring people into this community and expect them to just go find work? Or have you talked to employers in general area that are willing to take these people on, right? So they mentioned there's commercial plazas located to the north that provide access to groceries, restaurants, retail, and potential employment opportunities. The East Side Industrial Parkway South is one of York Region's major employment areas and features manufacturing and wholesale trade employment. That's the only answer I was given on email in terms of justifying the location. Again, we want to see the research. Where are potential employers who are going to take these people on? And it was never a discussion in the community liaison committee that I attended. So that's kind of what we want to see as a community. This is a vulnerable population, so we're not going to just transport them from wherever they are and say, okay, you're good to go here, go find employment so that you can go and find future housing. Well, where's the future housing that's affordable in the area? I mean, $1.8 million is probably the least house price that you're going to find there. So are these people going to now come to this area and get comfortable in the neighborhood? They know the metro, they know all the grocery stores. When it comes time to giving them the boot, because you got to go find your own housing, where are they going to go, right? Have we figured out any other affordable housing scenarios in the same area that they're going to get used to? I don't think that's been done, or research hasn't been shown to me on that end. So I think finding a more affordable area that they can easily transition to once they've developed employment would be probably more suitable. Also, in terms of their point about suitable location based on proximity to medical services for the population, maybe trying to overcome addiction. When they did the initial public meeting, they gave us stats about addiction and crime and whatnot. When I did a local search for medical clinics, there's only 5 within a 3-kilometer radius, and most of them are family practices, not walk-ins. Mental health support networks are located much closer to Yonge and Wellington, which probably might be a better spot for it. As for transportation, York Region is attempting to convince us that this is the key to the proposal, but we don't have any information on possible employers. So where they're going to be taking the bus to, number one. They're going to be going to Mississauga, they're going to be going to Newmarket, where? I have no idea. If they're looking at Industrial Parkway as the major employer, there's no bus routes that go through industrial area and through Industrial Parkway. I did a wire tube trip planner, and it takes 46 minutes to get from that location to Industrial Parkway in Wellington by 2 different buses, and then you have to walk. So I'm really not sure where they're going to get to, work. Lastly, the justification report, I want to bring up the noise impact and vibration assessment. It was said it was not really performed. This is one of the town's requirements before the public meeting took place. Did not assess vibration from the nearby GO train and pumping station. mainly because the pumping station is not built yet. And the train is more than 75 meters away. I'm more than 200 meters away and I feel the vibration of the train. So I don't know why that wasn't assessed in terms of what its possible implications are. So please consider these statements when determining if the homeless shelter will be a good choice for Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Terabo S. Douglas. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Taribo S. Douglas, and thank you for the opportunity given to us tonight. I'm going to speak from the heart. First of all, I empathize with the situation that we all find ourselves in. I understand the need that you guys want to create, or the provision you guys want to make for one of the stakeholders in your community. But in so doing, what I think you fail to consider is that the analogy I'm going to use is like your parents. You guys, the council is a parent. And the homeless shelter and us as the residents are your children. You can't pitch one against the other. So what is happening here is you're considering the homeless shelter. We understand that there's a benefit to them, but then to our own disadvantage. So you have to look for a path that is less resistant. As it is here now, from all of us here, you can see that there's a resistance from all of us. We're not happy with it. I have young kids that are in high school. They get on the bus and they come back every day with stories of, I don't want to diminish them, but let's say community members that are challenged on the bus. They encounter these people. When we have this kind of a house, it will be on the rise, obviously. Whether we like it or not, that is the honest truth. And we, the community members, are the ones that are going to be the first set of people who are going to experience the disadvantages that will come with this. Also, right now, we have the retirement home next to us. The old people living there, they walk in and out of our community. I live in Cottonwood Hollow Court. We see them. So you can imagine that that is what is going to be replicated when we have this shelter. We can't stop them from coming into our community if they want to walk around. We can't do that. So all I will say is, you guys, please try look for an alternative that is less resistant. I don't think that my neighbors are averse to what you want to do. We're not against it. But like the first guy has said, I don't think it's well thought out. It's not well planned. And we in the community, for instance, if I knew when I was buying from the builders that this kind of a structure was going to be built, trust me, I won't be here. I wouldn't have bought. So in as much as we empathize, we've all met and we've spoken, we empathize, we understand. We know that as council members and as the city, you have a social responsibility to the less privileged, but you also have a social responsibility to us because we as taxpayers, we help the community, we work hard. I feel like the way I feel like I'm being penalized for working hard. You're not taking my own needs into consideration. So this is what you guys have to think about, deliberate on it, and then maybe look at what is, like I said, less resistant, the happy path for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, next I have Mike Zalone. Mike. Welcome, Mike. If I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Mike Zolioni, I'm a member, live in Woodhaven. First of all, I just want to say to the mayor and to the councilors and to York Region, this community is activated, it's organized, we're locked and loaded, we lawyered up, we hired planners, we have environmentalists. We are against this proposal. The need is there. We support the need. We do not support the location. There's 329 homeless in York Region. Half of those are men. The I-Count data from York Region does not break down where they are specifically by town and by cities. So the plan that York Region has is to move all the homeless men in York Region into Aurora, away from their current resources, familiarities, family, friends, support, and import them into a town that has one of the lowest populations and lowest number of homeless. It would make far more sense to create housing where the population is denser and there's a bigger number of homeless to serve, rather than displacing them into a town they are unfamiliar and sandwiching them between the sewage plant and train tracks. What data do you have to support this disruption to these men's lives is best for them? York Region says they studied other locations and this is the most appropriate. Specifically, what other locations did you find and what research, evidence, and statistics do you have to show that this is the most suitable location other than generalizations about service and transit? There are service and transit all through York Region. To justify a zoning amendment in Oak Ridge's Moraine to industrial, even for supportive housing, you must prove all other possible locations are not suitable. And this is the last location of last resort. You also mentioned you'll be providing wraparound services and taking care of issues regarding traffic, safety, noise, pollution, existing infrastructure after the approval process. All of this information must be provided beforehand, and the full scale and scope of the impact to the local community environment and residents and the men in the men's shelter has to be fully known and understood beforehand. York Region is asking the town and the citizens to simply trust them, and they've got this covered and they'll figure everything out after the approval. That's pretty insulting. How can we trust the same people that told us they'll never touch the Oak Ridge's Moraine and they're selling it out piece by piece like they're at a garage sale? York rezoning the site to industrial will also set a dangerous precedent. If approved, any lots in the area can now be rezoned for industrial. The adjacent land can be expanded to further facilitate programs that for the men's shelter. It will not end. This is not what was planned for this area. We also have clear and strong data to support crime statistics provided by York Region Police, put forward on its community safety map that shows within 1 kilometer of Porter's Place, there is an extremely concentrated exposure to beatings, muggings, weapons violations, robberies, and the same could be said for 360 Youth Shelter in Richmond Hill on Yonge Street, whose local residents are now in the process of suing York Region after a recent attempted murder and countless break-and-enters, trespass, and assaults. In fact, 2019 Toronto Star article where the residents asked for a divorce from the youth shelter after it was shoved down their throats. Now, I know York Region's response will be that there's no direct correlation between an increase in crime and those programs, but that's because most of the criminals are never caught. Please do not insult the intelligence and the residents of this community. Furthermore, there's evidence that, where's the evidence that someone has actually spoken to local business owners to make sure men will get employed? Long-term housing after. The local wait time is 7 to 10 years for the long-term housing. That's not what's going to happen. After they're done the program, you're going to export them back to their respective regions they came, displacing them once again. It's completely reckless and irresponsible to displace homeless men, put them in a community they're not familiar with. If you cared about them, you would not be wedging them between a sewage plant and train tracks. Your own noise study impact says that anything over 65 decibels has to come with a warning and is harmful. Their study shows this exceeds 71 between the tracks and the traffic. We haven't even factored in the noise from the sewage plant since it's not even built. Where's the evidence, the impact study this loud, that's nonstop noise on the vulnerable men seeking treatment, half of which for mental illness and substance abuse, not to mention depression? What will that do to them? But I'm sure the homeless can get some great peace of mind when taking long walks in the park or while waiting for the bus along with our school children mornings and afternoons. It's also quite peaceful around Dell Manor.
Thank you, Mike. Next, I have Roy Coe. Roy? I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Roy Cohen, 40-year Aurora resident. I'd like to thank the Honorable Mayor and the esteemed council for having us here tonight and listening to our concerns. When I first moved to Aurora in 1986, I bought a parcel of land on Yonge Street and raised our 5 children. And I was told then by the mayor, council, senior staff, and planners that there'd be no development on the Oak Ridges Moraine. There were 9 homeowners on 150 acres, and it was sort of no man's land in Aurora. As the years went by, the terminology changed. It was protect the moraine. 10 years later, respect the moraine. And 10 years after that, well, you see where we are today. I run the largest sporting group in Aurora, the Aurora Youth Soccer Club. I'm the president. And esteemed council member, Mr. Weiss, was an ex-president, and he knows that every single one of our volunteers needs a police check and vulnerable screening. And 95% of them are Aurora residents. What can the region guarantee us in regards to the vetting of these new Aurora proposed citizens? That's very important, the safety. A lot of these points have been hit on, and I don't want to repeat them and be redundant, but we need 3 things. Well, not need, but there are 3 things I want to hit on real quickly. 1, we're torn. We all have empathy. We all understand that everybody's God's children, and we need to assist. But I believe we need a comprehensive study, and this is something that you should take back to your crew and explain to them that a facility isn't enough. You need retraining. You need counselors. You need nurses. You need 24-hour security. You need to be able to assist to get them to where they have to be and to integrate them back into mainstream society. The other one is transparency. We've put this together in less than a week, and it's admirable of what you've all done. Like, absolutely amazing that we've been able to rally this in less than a week. And guess what? 99% of these people had no idea. They didn't have any idea. I live about 250 meters away. Don't you think that planning should have contacted me as well? I'm on Yonge Street. I don't fall within that 120-meter radius. I mean, have sensibility, guys. Everybody across the street on Gilbert and Elm and Hunter's Glen, and everybody on the new Aurora citizens. Is this the way we're going to welcome 293 homes with over 500 children under the age of 10? So we need to work together, find a comprehensive area that is going to assist, integrate, and respect these new citizens. And it's abominable, it's shameful that you would put them beside the waste sewage system that you said will try to keep the odor at bay, meaning there isn't. Yes, that's exactly what you said.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
I'll just continue to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize, but to keep the odor at bay and train tracks that I hear from where I live, and I'm 300 meters away. So in closing, this is the wrong location. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I do this for a living. And I want everybody to understand that we'd like to see council actually step up. You're the leaders, you're the gatekeepers of this community and the mayor to say, hey, you know what? We can find something in our ward and see how that's accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Melissa Losco. Melissa? Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Losco. I am a resident of the Woodhaven community. Before I begin, I'd like everyone to note that I just recently found out a week ago that this was happening in our community. We like to know as a community, when did this planning process start? What was the outreach to the community? And when did our builder know? As mentioned by other community members, I would have not bought in this community had I known a shelter was going to be built. How can this be a fair democratic process? This is not. This is forced upon us, and we are left to accept it, and which is why we're here today, to show that we're not accepting this. In addition, the community by no means is people zoning, as we are a welcoming community that embraces supporting others. We have a retirement home, and across the street, we have a funeral home. We are now told that we also need to shove another shelter into our community. As a community, we have done our share. We have a retirement home, and we down the street have a nursing home not too far away. My talking points will be based on safety and crime, traffic, value of homes in the surrounding areas, and a proposed alternative. As depicted in various studies, there's a strong correlation between homelessness and mental health issues, which can lead to an increase of criminal activity. With this in mind, I have a few points about this. In relation to why this location was selected, it's noted on the region's website that it's in close proximity to transit. Although this is true, this is also where young children, elementary school age, wait for school bus pickups and drop-offs. Placing a shelter minutes away from a school bus stop is a great concern for this community. Children who are not accompanied by a parent due to their busy work schedules would make for an unsafe environment for the children and stress for the parent who needs to drop off their child. The region's website also states that the emergency housing provides accommodation for 30 days and transitional housing for 3 months to 1 year. With such a high turnover of individuals, it gives me no reassurance that we know who is in our neighborhood. I selected this neighborhood for the peace of mind knowing that this was in a secluded area, surrounded by homeowners that I would get acquainted with. Building this housing complex so close to the neighborhood strips us all, me and my fellow neighbors, from this ease. Being a homeowner in the Woodhaven community, this project brings about a great deal of concern for my safety and the safety of others. This is a forested neighborhood with young families. Despite the region's website noting that there will be skilled staff available 24 hours a day, this does not guarantee any clear sightings or whereabouts of these individuals, especially with the proposed trail the town intends to place through our neighborhood, which I also don't agree with. This can lead to crime and illegal activities in the neighborhood. Additionally, there are currently no sidewalks on Yonge Street. Despite the region's suggestion that they will work with the town on getting the right approvals, this is another cause for concern for this location. Furthermore, along with the elderly within the neighborhood, the Woodhaven community members enjoy the freedom of a safe environment to stroll around the neighborhood. With this project in place, we are devoid of that concern or this comfort. Lastly, and more importantly, this project could increase the social tensions or conflicts between the homeless population and the community, as well as a negative impact on the community's quality of life due to all the aforementioned points I discussed. The next topic is traffic. Currently, the Yonge and Industrial Parkway intersection is quite busy. There's a GO Transit close by. Aside from the traffic on the road, this will increase foot traffic and noise around the neighborhood. In addition to all the points I've mentioned, and I see that I'm running out of time, I see we have a police officer here today to talk about the statistics of crime. But where is a skilled real estate agent to stand up and tell us that this will not affect the house prices in our neighborhood? I've seen statistics from 2016 when the housing market was on a rise. We are now coming close to a recession, and I want to see what our housing prices are then, especially if a shelter is built. Additionally, I would like to see a representative from United Way here. iCount 2021 depicts that homeless individuals do have illnesses, and it was actually stated in the York Region's communications earlier today. This is a great concern for us, and as a community, we will not stand down. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Next, I have Michael Brathwaite, CEO of Blue Door. Michael. Welcome. Let me just get you to state your name, Michael, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Brathwaite. and I have the distinct pleasure of being the CEO of Blue Door, an organization that's been around for 40 years, serving our most vulnerable. And in fact, we celebrated our 40th anniversary right here in Aurora in the summer. I want to just kind of paint a picture a little bit. I've heard many concerns tonight, and love to continue that conversation. Housing is a human right, but unfortunately, there's not enough affordable or vacant housing available for everyone to realize that right. You'll often hear myself and others refer to people experiencing homelessness. We say that for a reason. We need you to see the people first. Sometimes people experiencing homelessness are characterized as criminals, right? Which is hard to hear and sad to hear. They are people, brothers, sisters, friends. Quite often I get asked in my line of work, what does homelessness look like? And I would tell everyone in this room, take a good look around. Look at your neighbors, look around. There is no look to homelessness. There is no look to it. It's a feeling. Isolation, loneliness, fear. Quite often when I ask grade threes that question, they'll say, when I say, what does homelessness look like? They describe an older gentleman with a big beard. Yes, they are describing me. And it just to that stereotype again, right? Right now in the GTA, in order to afford a 1-bedroom apartment and spend 30% of your household income, which is recommended, you need a household income of $90,000, over $100,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment moving forward. So housing is getting more and more expensive, rental housing as well. And in Porter Place, which we run, which Blue Door runs, what we're seeing right now is a number of our residents are working full-time. They simply can't afford the $2,000 it takes a month to afford a 1-bedroom apartment. Sad. We're seeing it affect more and more middle class as well. Why do men experience homelessness? And I need people to see them as people. They do so when we look at pathways into homelessness. 80% of people under the age of 16 will talk about their first experience of homelessness came from family breakdown. How many of us are families breaking apart because of divorce? It puts you in a precarious financial position where you would need short-term housing. In fact, 80% of people that go into the shelter system in the GTA, it's one and done. They come in, it's short-term, we never see them again. And there's 20% that we work with that's described as chronic homelessness, where they need a little more attention. But 80%, when people say, hey, can you get people to come out to speak about this? It's tough because it's a part of their life they want to move through. These are men. I should mention too that on our site with Porter Place, we also have Leader Place for the last 13 years. It is family emergency housing, side by side. In 13 years, we've had 0 incidents between our vulnerable, very vulnerable families and the men that are there as well, right? These are people in your community. When people don't have safe housing, the result is them not being able to work, their health declines, and their mental health, and sometimes it can result in death. The life expectancy of someone experiencing homelessness is 47. Someone who's unhoused visits the ER 5 times more than someone that is housed. Currently at Porter Place, we do offer healthcare services. They don't have to leave. We know health and housing are related. We offer all sorts of different wraparound services as well. And in fact, we opened a training center here in Aurora quite proudly called Construct, a construction social enterprise that launches people into the trades where, hey, they make a living wage and they have meaningful work and they move forward. It's very preventative. Emergency housing does not contribute to a rise of crime, but acts as a preventer because people are housed. They have a place to stay and it's a place to be safe. I would leave you with a quote from our former parliamentary secretary, Anna Vaughan, who said, it's quite simple. People experiencing homelessness are just neighbors without a home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jeffrey Turner. Jeffrey? Welcome, Jeffrey. I'm going to just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Jeff Turner. I'm a local resident just south of proposed development. Most people understand the social imperative that for these types of facilities. However, most people not unreasonably do not want them in their backyards. The major concerns have already been articulated by our fellow residents this evening and are quite legitimate. And I don't need to repeat them, except to say that council is elected to represent the people of Aurora. I would hope and expect that council will respect the will of, among others, the people here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, I have Tom Veganes. Tom, thank you. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name's Tom Veganes. I'm a resident in the area, not too far away from the proposed development, farther than the other residents have spoken so far. Good evening, Mayor and council members. First, I'd like to echo that the comments presented so far, I agree with all the points brought forward. One of the things that was discussed at medium length by one of the other presenters was the Oak Ridges Moraine. I had a lot of dealings in the past with town council and planning during the time that OPA 34 was created. Some of the councillors, not many left here, but they were here at that time. And we worked with the then director of planning and the mayor, and we worked through creating OPA 34, which conformed with the Oak Ridges Moraine and sought to align the town's overall plan with OPA 34, and the corridor between Bloomington and Industrial Parkway was spoken at great length in terms of it remaining in a green, open, visually acting as the gateway to Aurora. It was a very big topic at the time. A few days ago, for the first time, even though I probably only lived 400 meters from the property, I found out about this proposed mega shelter, which somebody quoted 2,500 square meters, which is actually about 28,000 square feet. So this is a 5-story, 28,000 square foot building. Surely it's going to set precedent for all the other developers that are just hounding the residents up and down Ridge Road and Yonge Street and trying to do land assembly and turn it really into something that was never designed to be, and also completely contravenes the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, which this is part of. Although it's settlement area within the plan, there's still strict guidelines within a settlement area that need to be complied with, including the 2 units per acre density and the whole issue of density transfer, where we take a property that's 20 acres, and if it's 2 units per acre, we have 40 units, and we put them all in one spot to preserve the green space, which makes sense on the rest of the property. And that does make sense if we adhere to those principles, but we've seen a lot of those rules go down the drain as time passes and council changes and council members change. They forget that, oh, that piece of property previously had its density transferred, like in the timberline, behind the timberline on Vandorf, this happened. And then they redesignate and give more density to areas that are already given away their density. So we end up really not following the rules that are in place. And so long as the town agrees, nobody argues. It doesn't matter if the documents all come in, oh, it meets the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. If there isn't a stack of paper saying, hey, you didn't meet this, you didn't meet this, you didn't meet these, and the town agrees, it gets passed. And that's the way it works. And we've seen that. The Dell Manor, which has ended up being hundreds of units, was supposed to be, it was a 5-acre park when the first plan came out. I was part of that, and it was supposed to be a park. Then they circulated it to the schools and they said, well, we don't need a school right now. And then the town said, okay, we'll make it a park. Then the town said, oh, we don't want to maintain a park. We'll take cash in lieu of the park. Now we have Dell Manor. So the Oak Ridges Moraine needs to be followed. I looked through the documents so far. It's very quick for me. I became aware of this 3 days ago when a neighbor knocked on my door, and I was shocked because the sign and the pumping station, as I drove by, you'd have to get out of your vehicle to read it, I assumed was I assumed was just in reference to the pumping station, but actually, I guess it's been put up now in reference to this big 5-story building. So Oak Ridge and Moraine needs to be considered. In the documents I've seen so far, even tonight presented, I haven't seen anything that addresses the detail, the level of detail that's needed under the Oak Ridge Marine Conservation Plan. I'm very familiar with it. In addition, the adjacent property to the north, this property I probably am going to run out of time, but this property was very wooded before the pumping station mowed down a bunch of trees. In the same manner that the property to the north, when the trees were mowed down, the owners were charged, convicted, and fined. I have that document here. I'd like to put it in as evidence. I've scratched out the owner's name in the Ontario Court of Justice, and we were part of that because they did something they weren't supposed to. And now we see the region and the town endorsing it, and this doesn't make sense. So thank you. I know my time's up.
Thank you, Tom. Next, I have Kevin Kennedy. Kevin? Welcome. You just state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Kevin Kennedy. First, I have to say that I teach community work at Seneca College, and this is awesome to see so many people out and engaged in a municipal issue like that. Whoever said municipal politics is dead is wrong. I think there's more people here tonight than voted in the last municipal election.
That is a possibility.
Yeah, and as you were saying about the amount of work that's been done in the last week and a half, it's so powerful what can happen when people come together when they're passionate about that. So I just want to give you like a round of applause for that. That's the only round of applause I'm going to get because I'm actually pro this. So I don't expect I'm going to get much more. But I want to say a few things about that. I came tonight. I'm not even going to use this because
Kevin, if I can just get you to address.
Sorry.
Yes,
I will. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I came tonight to kind of put a face on homelessness because I have the privilege of working in that sector as a young man coming through studying social service work. And for about 25 years, I've worked frontline at Porter Place. I helped to start up the family shelter. I started up the youth shelter in Newmarket and helped to start up the women's shelter. And I thought I was going to have to come here tonight and kind of put that face on it and try to build some empathy. But it's so clear to me that that's not what's needed. You have the empathy for this. You understand that this is a need. And so I appreciate that's not a fight that we have to convince people of. But I do want to talk about one of the kind of common concerns that I've seen in reading some of the stuff online and seeing some of the things that have been circulated. A lot of it relates to safety and security. And I certainly can't come up here and tell you anything that I'm going to say. I'm just some schmo who gets a mic for 5 minutes. There's nothing I can say that's going to convince you shouldn't be worried about your kids, right? Or you shouldn't be worried about your family. What I can tell you in our experience and my experience in working with the men is I remember when I started there in 1989 as a student, going there for my placement, and my family was concerned for my safety. They said, do you have to take this placement? You're working with men, it's not going to be safe. And everybody I spoke to, friends, other people in my social circle, really, you're going to go there? Aren't you worried? And I was worried myself, walking in there thinking, I'm just some young kid. They're going to look at me like, what do you know? How could you possibly support us? And I was scared, nervous. That lasted for a few weeks, to be honest with you. And then I started to get to know the people. My mom always used to say, get to know the person, not the situation. And when I started to know the people that were coming through there, I realized they were just like me, but they had experiences that were radically different from my own. Some of the more uncomfortable moments that I experienced working in the shelter was when people that I went to school with showed up at the shelter. Guys I played ball with in Newmarket and Aurora, where I grew up, came through the shelter. And I had no idea when I knew them prior to coming to the shelter what was going on in their lives. When they saw me, they were so uncomfortable because they were afraid of that judgment that they might get. And as we started talking and they shared their experiences and what led them to this place, and I just realized any one of us could fall into those situations. I came kind of prepared to tell you stories of some of the sad situations that people had gone through. And I don't think I need to do that. I don't think this is a group that needs to be convinced of that. But what I'm hoping that I can do is just to, whether this goes through or not, if it's part of your community, I think the most impactful thing that can help in a situation like this is that the people who are living these experiences, where they often get divorced from community, we don't tend to look at people who are homeless. We don't see them, and they become disconnected from community. In my time at the shelter, one of the most impactful days of the year was Christmas. I used to volunteer to work those shifts at Christmas because it was just an amazing experience. We would have community members who would put together stockings for the guys, and we would give them the stockings. We have socks, clean underwear, gift cards, puzzles, books, things like that. And we would give it to the guys, and they would wake up in the morning and get this gift. And we would tell them this came from the community. We would have volunteers come in and cook a Christmas dinner with them all. And they would get to know the guys. And the guys felt like this was the community not forgetting them. This was the community seeing them. So if this were to move forward, one of the experiences, the most positive experience we had with Belinda's Place, there was a lot of public outcry about that. A lot of people who did not want Belinda's Place where it is. And as we started to work with the local community to sit down and hear their concerns, they got involved, and they were able to make some really, really important changes to what Belinda's Place became. And they became the biggest allies. I don't know if that's the journey that we're going to be on here. And I certainly hear your opposition, but I just want to say, please don't forget that these are members of our community, and they're not as scary as sometimes we think they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jennifer Sodia. Jennifer, you here?
Yes, I am. Just give me 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, you're online. You're electronically. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I wasn't able to come in.
Yeah,
So my name
no
is
problem.
Jennifer Sadea. I'm a social worker for the last 17 years. I just moved to the neighborhood less than a month ago and found out about this marvelous news. I understand the need, understandingly from a social work perspective. However, I just don't think it's the right location. The pandemic has really shown the mental health needs in Canada and abroad, but it's just not the right spot, especially for the residents that have children. My children, I have 4, all under the age of 10. They will get off the bus to and from every day, right by the shelter. I have many stories in terms of supporting individuals with mental health illness, addictions, and the impact. When they have a bad day, if they're not around family or friends that are able to support them, they will tend to wander and make some bad choices, right? And these choices will impact the families. I'm really concerned in terms about the liability of our children walking upon incidents. So I'm really concerned. And as many of the other residents that have also shared that if they had known that the shelter was going to be built in our new community, most of us wouldn't have purchased. We have all made a very huge financial sacrifices to be in this community. And, I do understand the need. However, these individuals will get the support for the year and then they will leave. And we as taxpayers, as residents, we will have to deal with the impacts, the negative impacts of having the shelter in our area. So I'm very, you could hear in my voice, I'm very upset. I'm very disappointed, particularly with the builder, because I'm pretty sure that they knew and painted this beautiful community that right now is starting to unravel with the news of this potential shelter. So then I just believe it's good idea in terms of, yes, the supports are very, very, very much needed. However, it's not the right location.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Council, we're coming up to 9 o'clock. It's 8:59. As per our procedural bylaw, we have a 10-minute health break. So we have quite a few more. Yeah. So we need to take a 10-minute health break as per our procedural bylaw. So I know we do. I'll take 5, but I'll see if council needs some more time just in case they need. Okay. Thank you. We'll be right back in 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, everyone? Counselors, if I can get you back in your seats so we can begin again. Counselors? Council? Counselor Gallo? We have quorum. Yep. Okay, we're back. Next up, I have Nicola Dalton. And I'm just going to give everyone a little piece of advice. If you could just, when you speak into the mic, if you can get a little bit closer, because then everyone can hear you, especially people that are beyond the walls. Okay. Thank you. If I could just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Nicola Dalton, and generally I'm pretty loud, so I could probably project my voice through this entire place without it, but I will take your advice. Thank you so much for having me here and to speak. I am also a Woodhaven resident and a new Woodhaven resident at that. So I'm here to talk. Obviously, I'm not going to try and repeat what everyone else has said because my feelings are pretty much the same. But one of the reasons I wanted to come today was to talk about safety and location. So I just moved in September, and I tried to do my due diligence as well. I actually went to the town hall before I purchased the home. I went and I asked what is going in the surrounding area. Is there anything, that I need to know about? The problem is I didn't specifically ask about that parcel of land. And I feel like it's a little misleading when you try to do your due diligence about what is to come. So you can obviously look out for your family and look out for your own family's best interests. And I didn't get that. I just got, because I didn't know what to ask for, I looked for just the property behind. As everyone else, we scrimped and saved, we sold properties, we upgraded properties, we put a ton of time and effort into getting into that community, a lot. And we love it. We love the trails, and that's why we moved there. So my daughter's here, right here, and I wanted to put a face to those children, those 500 children, which honestly, my understanding, I looked and I tried to do as much research as I could. I also reached out to the community liaison, Sharon, and I asked her specific questions. One of them, which was most important to me, is what will be the criteria for the intake of the men to this shelter? Will there be any checks and balances in terms of if there are any existing current addiction issues? Is there any potentially threatening mental health issues? My husband has worked in hospitals dealing with a lot of mental health patients with very, very severe psychoses. Is that who's going to end up coming? We don't know. And that's my fear and my question. I haven't heard back from Sharon. I don't know what those policies will be in terms of checking who will be coming to that shelter. And that is of utmost concern when I live on Cottonwood Hollow Court, which is steps to that facility. When I have to put my daughter out because I'm going to work, again, I can't have to work. I can't not work to live in that community. So when she's putting at the corner, waiting for the school bus to come pick her up. So I'm a little concerned about the safety and how we're going to ensure that when I don't even know who's going to be there. And we also talked about the York Regional Police that there's going to be, which we all love, and that's fantastic that there's the support of the York Regional Police, but they're going to live there 24/7. I need to understand and know more about
who's coming, what's the intake criteria? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Shaheen Mondina. Welcome. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm Shaheen Maladina.
Into the mic. Yes.
Here, okay. So I'm Shaheen Maladina. I actually live on Ridge Road and I'm a resident of Aurora as well as a small business owner on the ORM. I own Active Minds Activity Center. It is a licensed childcare that serves Seawell and subsidy children. My concern is, what are the bylaws that allow for a men's shelter so close to a childcare and school? Also, you know, Active Minds Activity Center has the variance that was required by the ORM, and we did not change the existing building at all as per the bylaw. Why are we rezoning an environmental land? I forgot to say, sorry, I'm emotional today. Honorable Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on tonight's zoning amendment to request in order to build a men's emergency and transitional center. First, I would like to commend the great work by our mayor as an advocate of our town, standing behind our official plan and ensuring our legacy as Aurorans remains intact. We need to support our environmental protection area zoning with new Bill 23. We already are at risk. This development is in our control to deny. The facility is going to house 68 beds. Permanent, why do we have to go with a men's shelter idea that segregates instead of looking at an inclusive building facility like a community housing project that has subsidy, mid-subsidy, and market rent? What is the success rate for this men's shelter based on previous? The region's approach has been in effect for several decades. Has there been any investigation for improved methods? Permanent residence is an integrated environment and would allow men to feel a part of the community. Is there potential that the men requiring emergency transitional housing may have criminal records? If so, how serious? A town of Aurora licenses permitted daycare neighbors for the proposed development. Does the town bylaw zoning protect this type of development from being so close to a daycare or school? Detriment to my business. How many parents would want their children 1 to 4 to attend a daycare besides a men's emergency and transitional housing facility? Active Minds Activity Center services Seawell clients and subsidy, but no one in the classroom would know that a child is on subsidy, Seawell, or how they pay. That's the confidentiality. When you put these men in this particular building, we all know that they're homeless. Active Minds Activity Center is followed by approximately 4,000 plus followers on Facebook and approximately 1,600 Instagram followers. This is phenomenal for a home daycare. In 2022, I was nominated for the ECE and Child Worker Award. And on October 25th, I won representing Aurora in all of Ontario. I'm also a founding board member of the Aurora Black community and served as the PR and communication board member. Lastly, you may ask, why am I here? I recognize that these men need a home to live in. As a matter of fact, our daughter, a great granddaughter of Aurora, makes mattresses out of milk bags for the homeless. She acquires the milk bags from the community and her Instagram following. By putting these men in this type of building, we're saying you live here while the rest of us live here together without you. How do these men get jobs with this address? As the mayor and councillors of Aurora, I ask you to deny this rezoning application to protect the ORM and the legacy of Aurorans. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Next, I have David Russo. David? Welcome. Let me just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Russo, and I live in the Woodhaven community on Pine Hill Crescent. I wanted to use my time today to provide a little bit of perspective on this discussion, as unfortunately, this is not the first time where my home has been affected by a new shelter. In addition to the home I share here in Aurora with my wife, Denise, who's here with me today, my father, Aldo, and my dog, Kiefer, we also own a condo at Yonge and Eglinton. It was our home for 3.5 years. In July of 2020, the city of Toronto entered into a lease with the Roehampton Hotel, which is just east of where our condo is. And only days after that shelter opened, it seriously changed our area. There was a large increase in trash, discarded alcohol containers, and used syringes. Disturbingly, those syringes and alcohol containers weren't limited to the area around the shelter. They were found at bus stops, in front of people's houses on their lawns, in playgrounds, and in schools. I'll give you a couple examples of things that happened in our community after that shelter moved in. A man was assaulted one day walking home from work. A gentleman approached him, asked for his cell phone. When the man refused, the person reached down onto the ground, picked up some rocks, and began hurling them at that resident. One of the rocks struck the resident in the leg. He needed to go to the hospital for stitches. I know about this poor gentleman because it was my coworker's neighbor who lives in the same apartment building on Erskine. After this situation, she was afraid to walk around the area on her own. The second situation, a woman parked her car outside my building, just on the street, like anyone else would in the middle of the day. When she returned to her car, her window had been broken and her contents inside had been stolen. By chance, she figured, let me drive by the shelter just to have a look. When she got there, she found one of the residents of the shelter rummaging through her things. When she approached the resident and asked, why did you break my window? Why did you steal my stuff? The resident said, I didn't break your window. It was already broken when I got there. I just took the stuff that was inside. This is not the kind of thing that I want to see happen in this community. Now, I'm not saying everyone that's going to be entering this facility has these intentions. In fact, I'm sure many of them are going to enter this facility and have good intentions. But I'm concerned, my family is concerned with the men that enter this facility who do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Penny Merritt. Penny? Welcome. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Penny Merritt, and I'm the Executive Director of Addiction Services Central Ontario, which has its main office in Aurora and is one of the largest providers of addiction treatment in the province. I'm also a resident of the town of Aurora. There is a deepening concern about homelessness in this country. In a recent publication from Statistics Canada, 235,000 people across Canada are homeless, and between 25,000 to 35,000 are homeless on any given night, of which 27% are women and 19% are youth. The Advocacy Center for Tenants Ontario reports that the number of adults aged 55 plus who are homeless is also on the rise. iCount 2021, conducted by the municipality of York Region in collaboration with United Way, reported that there were approximately 329 people in York Region that were identified as being homeless. 14% of them identified as youth, that is between the ages of 16 and 24, and 12% identified as Indigenous or of Indigenous ancestry. This number, however, does not include the many dozens of people that are homeless or at risk of being homeless who have been able to find a place to stay for a night or two before having to move on. Many of us are very fortunate in that we have not experienced homelessness or are at risk of becoming homeless. We are the lucky ones. We can never forget that. The pandemic has created additional challenges, and many individuals have become homeless as a result. The emergency and transitional housing that the municipality of York Region is proposing to build in Aurora will be an important step towards supporting individuals who are homeless or at risk of being homeless. The programs in this new housing will provide vital assistance to individuals who need these supports. Many organizations and social care organizations are ready to collaborate to provide the additional programs and services that residents will need. This site will be welcoming, inclusive, and supportive, a safe place for men experiencing or at risk of homelessness to access important supports. Homelessness is not a choice. Rather, many people who are experiencing homelessness are in this situation due to the challenges of finding affordable housing, losing their employment through no fault of their own, and or any other number of certain circumstances. As a society, we have a responsibility to provide supports to individuals experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of becoming homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rami Basili. Did I say that correct? Rami? Rami? No. Okay. Next on my list, I have Harbinder Tandy. Welcome. I just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Harbinder Thandi. I'm opposed to the location of the proposed men's emergency shelter. Like some of my fellow community members, I have very similar concerns. And there is something else that I also wanted to get into. Even the proposed land of putting these at-risk folk, these people go there to get the help they need if they're experiencing homelessness or in crisis. So I do agree that they do need a location for this within the York region. I understand that everyone has the right to shelter. Now, my concern is that the proposed shelter for these men is to be constructed next to a major facility, which is a sewage pumping station. I noticed that our friends at York Region, a lot of the slides, they left out the word sewage. It just says pumping station, pumping station. It seems kind of, maybe they just forgot. It's just a little bit strange. And by that definition, it would mean that the land next to it is sensitive land. And from my findings, a compatibility study needs to be done to assess these potential adverse effects that recommend separation distances between things like pumping stations and emergency men's shelters. This study has not been done, or I couldn't find one. There's area of influence for the surrounding property border of an existing planned major facility, such as the pumping station, where adverse effects on surrounding sensitive land uses have a moderate likelihood of occurring. Now, within these areas of influence, compatibility studies are required for proponents of proposed major facilities or proposed sensitive lands uses as part of the supporting documentation for a planning application. I don't see any of this stuff. The minimum separation distance that I saw, which is in the Ontario guidelines, is a recommended minimum distance from a major facility within which adverse effects to a sensitive land use are highly likely to occur. And this is done based on how much volume this sewage pumping station will produce. And from the York region, all the information I could gather, this pumping station actually deals with 80 liters per second of sewage. That calculates to 6,912 cubic meters per day of sewage. And then I found that if the capacity is greater than 500 cubic meters per day, but less than 25,000 meters per day, then the minimum separation distance shall be 100 meters, and the recommended separation distance is 150 meters. The Henderson Sewage Pumping Station is a major facility, and the proposed shelter is on sensitive land. Currently, the distance between the sewage pumping station and the proposed shelter is approximately 35 meters based on the drawings that York Region have submitted, and I've seen them online. Now, this is all good and dandy. I'm sure they're going to find some way of doing this. The other reason I want to talk about this is it seems that the only research that they did into this land is that they own the land. There's a pumping station there, saw a green spot on the map through a dart called serendipity. And there we are. Let's build a pumping station there. It just seems a little bit strange. Everyone up here came up that works for these facilities that do not live in the area. And they say, oh, you know, it's a story that crime does not increase, house prices do not decrease, things like that. Whereas there are people that are members of the community that work in the exact same fields and are seeing the exact opposite. So I kind of think about it like when you see someone commit a crime that's a young person on TV, and you always see the neighbors and the parents that are baffled. Oh my God, he's such a good child. He's my son, he would never do that. Or he's my neighbor. I never thought that couple would be in this situation. I think these guys need to step back a little bit and take a real look at what's going on in our community. And I think you guys need to do the same. We bought these houses in this area to raise our families and to be able to walk in safe neighborhoods and to be able to leave our cars unlocked and not worry about any of these things and our children to walk through the trails. All the points that everyone jumped on, I agree with all of them. I don't think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Next, I have Rod Hiscock from the Salvation Army, York Housing and Support Services. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rod Hiscock, and I'm a manager with the Salvation Army York Housing and Support Services. I'm here this evening to lend my support to the construction of the proposed shelter. As a service provider, we have seen increased demand for shelter beds and are very concerned with the number of people unable to access basic shelter in our region. This has been even more alarming as we're in the cold months. Through a partnership with York Region, we have come to value the fact that York Region is a leader in adapting best practices in providing emergency housing. Using a housing first model, shelters are not a place to warehouse individuals, but more of a train terminal to bring those needing shelter in and provide relief and a safe place to access supports on their journey to supporting and securing permanent housing. This new shelter will be a place of hope, offering a path to permanent housing and stability in this community. We operate Belinda's Place in Newmarket and are so blessed by the tremendous community support from public, private, municipal, and regional entities who came together to create the first women's shelter in York Region. In the same way, it is my hope and prayer that you will recognize this need for this facility and the positive impact that it will have on so many lives of those seeking shelter, offering hope and a helping hand. I believe that we need to seize this opportunity to make a positive impact on those without hope and home. Thank you. I ask that you would support this project.
Thank you. I am done my list. Are there any other members of the public? Come on up. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is David Crowitz. I'm a resident of Aurora. I live about 3 kilometers west of the proposed site. And also, like many of the residents here, extremely concerned about this proposed site and the type of people that will be using this type of service. I'm curious as to any of the speakers here in favor of the site to see if any of them live within a 3-kilometer radius like we do. And if they do, and while I do empathize with the men that you service, your application is not as thought out as you may believe, as you can see with the many people who have showed up here tonight. I suspect without ever being to a town council meeting, this is probably one of the busiest ones you've ever seen. And there's a reason for it. We live in a democracy where majority does rule, and I hope that it does here today. Firstly, the biggest reason that others have stated is that this site is situated right on the Oak Ridges moraine that is under constant threat from developers and town councils like ours. I hope that you guys will find the right thing to do. If you're doing community outreach, as you claim, my local pizza shop does a better job. So it's quite pathetic, I find, that I just found out about this morning. According to the Toronto Star, homelessness is actually a reality for only a very, very small portion of York Region residents, as per their words. Listening to the mayor's openings today, I find it kind of comical that you seem to care so much about the land and the history with the native peoples of this land, yet you're interested in rezoning part of that land as the Oak Ridges Moraine for this project. There are 6 schools within a short walking distance of this proposed site, an LCBO currently under construction in the shadow of the proposed site, as well as a Metro grocery store selling alcohol products and a new vape store also located across the street, with several marijuana dispensaries located in Aurora, and it's completely irresponsible for the town to consider even to consider such a proposal. As a parent of young children as well, and a voting resident, I am extremely disturbed that you're even considering such a project. And I can assure you, if this proposal were to go through, none of you will have any of my vote in upcoming elections. And I will do everything within my power and network to ensure that every voting resident I can and know will not be voting for you guys as well. Regarding the last speaker of your proposed project, no one disagrees when you speak of how amazing the community is, and that's why we all live here. What we disagree with is your plan to bring high-risk residents into a community of at-risk residents, such as retirement home right next to your site proposal, and the thousands of children who live and play within your own backyard. The fact that one of the ladies on my right presenting tonight's her words seem to suggest that we are all here to support them show just how out of touch with reality they actually are. Just a few questions I'd like to enter into record. How is the safety of the residents to be protected? Has there been a risk assessment with the positive and negative impacts of the risk of mitigation? What is the process to appeal and give the residents more time to comment, given that many only learned of word of mouth in the last day or so and have not had enough time to understand or ask appropriate questions? My last question will be, what other options have been considered for the placement of people in need, and has there been any consideration given to accommodating and mixing existing facilities versus building a special men's facility? Has the cost versus the savings been considered? I strongly disagree with this, as you may have understood. Please consider canceling this application.
Thank you. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes, man.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasbir Rosie Mandela. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Before I begin, I want to turn around and acknowledge what we've all done by finding out about this application in the last 5 days. So if everybody here in the crowd has thinned because they have kids at home, if you're in opposition of this proposal, please raise your hand. I think that speaks for itself and what our community represents. As councillors, as mayor, you also have a duty to represent your citizens and Aurorians, and that's us. So I hope kind of that demonstration speaks volumes to how we feel. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the proposed homeless shelter in our residential neighborhood. This shelter, which would be located in protected green space, poses a significant threat to the safety, environment, and character of our community. As a new owner, I came from King City. I promise you, speaking to the mayors and being at public council, this would never have been the case where residents weren't notified. This is not due process. This seems to be kind of coming in without any one of us knowing behind me. First and foremost, the addition of a large homeless shelter in our neighborhood would significantly increase the crime and safety concerns for our residents. Homeless individuals are often struggling with addiction, mental health issues, and other challenges, and placing them in close proximity to families and children is simply not safe. Furthermore, the proposed location of the shelter is in a protected green space, an area that is vital to the health and well-being of our community. Building in a shelter in this area would destroy precious natural habitats and disrupt our delicate ecosystem, which we've all come to admire and love. This is not only loss for the environment, but it is a loss for the community as a whole, as we would lose access to valuable resources for recreation and relaxation. Finally, the addition of a homeless shelter would fundamentally change the character of this neighborhood. The peaceful, quiet streets and tight-knit community, as you can evidence right behind us, would be replaced by chaos and the uncertainty that often accompanies the homeless population. This is not the kind of community we want to live in, and this is not one that we want to be forced to accept without due process. I would like to add one important point in this speech right now. This community was not informed of this proposed homeless shelter until last minute. Everybody behind me, we literally met on streets, rallying, trying to tell, we were the community outreach. I was the community outreach. I handed out flyers, and I have a job too. I have children. My daughter will be at that bus stop, taking the bus to school that is less than 100 meters. I want to say 30 meters from the homeless shelter. So the lack of transparency and communication has been unacceptable. We have the right to know about changes that will affect our community and where we live, and we have the right to have our voices heard. By not informing us until the last minute, I feel that I have been denied my rights to participate in this process. I urge you strongly to please consider our concerns and our rights to account when making decisions proposed to this homeless shelter. I am not opposed to having a homeless shelter. This is just simply not the right location, as evidenced by the many, many neighbors that have spoken ahead of me. So thank you for your time, and I hope you please consider this seriously in your consideration.
Thank you. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Joe Vesia. I also live in the Woodhaven community. We, the residents of Woodhaven and surrounding area, do not want a men's shelter built on Yonge Street. I can make this statement because I went door to door and no one that I spoke to said that they were in favor. As you can see, everybody's here. The majority of people are not in favor of the shelter. With the increase in violence in downtown Toronto related to mental health issues and substance abuse, you've all heard of that as recently as today. Why would anyone in our community feel safe living next to a shelter whose service requests specify that they are related to mental health and substance abuse issues? It does not make any sense to me. To the town of Aurora, I want to say I say shame on you for putting your residents in this position. Your lack of transparency is undeniable. You need to listen to our anti-shelter position. Catherine Chislett, York Region Community and Health Services Commissioner, has stated that Porter Place in East Gwillimbury is an old-fashioned shelter that is past its usefulness. Fair enough. However, why not renovate it? Why not build a bigger place on there? She also states that she doesn't want to unnecessarily stress the residents of Porter Place. I completely understand this. However, Ms. Chislett, don't you know that by moving the residents to a new unfamiliar location, you will be causing them a lot of additional stress and possibly cause them to leave and go back on the streets? Finally, Ms. Chislett, how about the stress that you are causing our community? We need to put a stop to this today. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, welcome. If I could just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jaffer Hussain, and I'm a resident at the Woodhaven community. Like Joe mentioned, I was approached by him last week at my doorstep. I live on the same street as Joe and I had no idea this was getting built. So I just found out last week, just like everyone else, mostly everyone else here. I'm also a realtor and can vouch that since the start of 2018, when the applicant stated that they started this process, there have been plenty of parcels of land that have been for sale that could have been chosen for the shelter, which has no neighborhoods close by, but do have communities, for example, plazas with good food sources and things close by, but no residential neighborhoods. So that could have been chosen. I've been a realtor for 11 years and I can vouch for that. I looked at Porter Place tonight when I was looking at it, and the homes close by. It was mentioned that the home prices around the East Gwillimbury Porter Place did not fall. However, the homes around it are mostly new construction or are very few homes, and they are actually much further away than the Woodhaven community. The applicant mentioned that there will be trails, and this has been well thought out. However, these trails will most likely allow the residents to walk around and wander, and they could easily wander around into the Woodhaven community. I, like many of the residents mentioned, would not have bought in the community if I had known. I actually, me, my brother, and my parents bought in the community. We're on the same street. The reason why we went into the community was because it was a new build. We wanted houses close by to feel safe and live together so that when my parents get older, we can take care of them while they can have their own space. I also just had a daughter who is 6 months old, and as being a new parent, I also had a loss of child in 2019. And as being a new parent of a child right now, I'm very concerned about the safety of my children growing up, as has been voiced earlier as well. My father works at the Cortulucci Vaughan Hospital. He has been there for 7 or 8 years now. He often comes home talking about the horror stories that arise sometimes with the people he meets who have come there due to homelessness or suffering from mental health. And it's not pleasant at all. If this does go through, and I can say this not just for myself, but many of the residents here, that there has been a thought of selling and moving out, even and uprooting our lives that we just wanted to maintain and come into the community to build. Even if it is a distress sale and we don't get the prices that we hope for, it is something that might be considered. So I do oppose this very much. I do not oppose having a homeless shelter. There are other sites that could be considered that might be a better suitable place for a homeless shelter. That's all.
Thank you. Welcome. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Mike Manning, and I live in South Aurora, about a couple kilometers south of the proposed site. And, you know, I'm a voter and a taxpayer in Aurora. And I guess one of the things that's bothering me most about this proposal is just a lack of transparency. You know, to say that you're just looking at people living within 400 feet is kind of a joke. To say that you know it was in the newspapers. I don't know what I don't read all the local newspapers. I don't really think I have to read the local newspapers to have an idea that's going on. So you know, I just think the process is being rushed. What's the rush? It just seems to me when you listen to what people have to say, there's more research that has to be done. And I just, I'm very disappointed that this thing seems like it's being rushed. And, there's all kinds of, like feel good things that you're saying. Oh, well, there's police. Police are going to be around here to kind of take care of your needs. And obviously, you always look very, respect for the police is very high. But my neighbor had their house broken into, and it took 4 hours for the police to arrive at their house. So, that's not necessarily going to be a saving grace for us. And my own experience, I moved up here about 20 years ago. I used to live in the St. Lawrence market. And, obviously there's a homeless problem down there. And, that's kind of why I moved to Aurora, to get away from that. And I'm not just saying these are bad people. I'm not saying there isn't a need for homeless shelters, but, I think you're putting us at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. I just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Lindsay Breeden. I live on Ridge Road. I've lived there most of my life, 20 years. I'm 22, so that gives you a good indication how long I've been there. I feel like we keep discussing and talking about community and outing these people who are part of our community. Homelessness is an issue in Aurora. We see it every day. It's not new. It's been rising the past 5 years. A lot of you people probably weren't here to see it, but it's everywhere. And we need somewhere for them to go and somewhere safe, because where they are now, it's not safe. I see them every night. I drive home trying to find somewhere warm, sleeping in a bank vestibule, sleeping against the side of a building. We just accept that. Or we complain saying they shouldn't be there anyways. Where do we want them to go? They need somewhere where they can feel protected and safe, and they aren't going to be in danger because they're at risk too. I understand you. I understand your fear and your children. I understand. But they're not bad people. They're not inherently bad because of the situation they're in. They're in it for circumstances out of their control. Their cousins, their brothers, their fathers, their uncles. I have a friend who was homeless out of her own control. There's nothing she could do about it. I have an uncle who, without my family's help, would be homeless. It'd be nice to know, I know he was going somewhere safe, somewhere where they will have wonderful services and counselors and the help they need, because that's what they need. They need help. If we are a community, and Aurora prides itself on, oh, the community we've built, they are our community. We are as good as they are. We are not better or worse. And you talk about the Marine, and I have seen that Marine get picked apart for years and years and years. Where you live, that was field. Remember that it was torn apart for people to live there. And I'm happy you're here. But none of you are aware of the community that was there before you. And I'm happy you're building your own community. That's so wonderful. I love that people are coming to Aurora because it is a wonderful town, but it's wonderful because of the people we care for. Aurora's been so good about trying to be better and trying to help out those who need help. And this is another way to do it. I think we should be so proud that York Region wanted to use us. That's amazing. York Region's huge. There are so many places. You're right. There are so many places that could be built, but they decided we were the best for these people. They need our help. And I'm sorry if you don't want to hear that. And I'm sorry if you're scared. But if you got to know some of the people, I'm sure you wouldn't be scared anymore. They're people. It's the same as being scared of your neighbor until you say hello. And then they're not strangers anymore. And yes, they'll be coming and going. That's just another person you get to meet who might then one day come and say, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I was at the shelter and guess what? I got a full-time job and I'm doing great. It's such a rewarding feeling to know these people are doing better once they get through the rough part. And it's just a part of their life. It's not their entire identity. And I think this is really important to remember. I hate the term, these people are going to come to our community. They're our community. That's it. They're not these people. They are people. Gentlemen need help. If you wouldn't help your family, if you wouldn't help your brother, if he told you, hey, I lost my job and I'm going to lose my house, and you said, tough luck. You can be mad at me. I'm scared for these people too. You don't need to yell at me. I hear your complaints. I'm sorry, but I've also lived here too. I have lived here longer than your new development. So please don't tell me that you're scared of the community. I understand. I just think there needs to be a bit more understanding. If we want to be better, then we need to start at level 1. And that's the people who aren't able to get what they need, the basic understanding of living. And it's kind of up to us to help them out, or else no one's going to. I think we should be proud that this might be coming to our community, because it could really change a lot. And it would be just in our front door, and it'd be amazing. And we could do such wonderful things. And they wouldn't be doing this if they thought your lives would actively be in danger, because they also care about us constantly. And that's why you chose Aurora. And that's why you're here. So that's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, who wants to, who wants to go first? Klaus, welcome. If I could just get you to state your name, Klaus, and you got 5 minutes.
Klaus Wernberg. I've lived in this town for 50 years. I actually came here tonight for the next application, not this one. This is how I found out about this one. But I agree, transparency is a little bit of an issue, because I have trouble finding out about things. Anyway, let me get to the subject. The next applicant has proposed a rezoning of a piece of land on the Oak Ridges Moraine, going from 14 homes to 140 homes, 139. That's a rezoning application that hasn't raised too many eyebrows around council table by the looks of things, and by staff for sure. I've read the report. So the rezoning that went on there, I proposed should be in the form of bundling the houses. It's similar, what's the term? I keep forgetting the right word, but it's putting the houses together basically to save more green space. And here we have a proposal that in fact wants to do this. So it's a rezoning application as well. And we have a better approach to it than I had imagined is the norm around here. Anyway, so this is my comment on the Oak Ridges Moraine. I'm an Oak Ridges Moraine fan, and I keep track of what's going on in it. But mostly it's expensive homes, estate residential, and so on. And we're wasting space, basically, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, let me get to my second point. That is the fear of these people, quote, quote, the fear of people who live in an institution. They get labeled. When I go travel, I make it a point of stopping on the steps of churches, of the large establishment, on steps anywhere, or somewhere where people who are not so fortunate as we are hang out. And I speak to them, and I'm finding that I'm meeting people who are very interesting. They have fantastic life stories, to be sure, but they're not people to be feared of. When I went to the last place, it was in Nanaimo. It was in a shelter, and there were about 6 of them, I think. One of them was sweeping the place, was cleaning it up. So I asked him, where he was from and what he was doing. He was a street musician, and he had a guitar there, and he played for me at my request. That's how you make contact with people, and you lose your fear of these people. Now, having said that, I've had a problem ever since we deinstitutionalized people in Ontario. This is going back a few decades. And where do those people end up? Well, they end up in a place like Aurora or Newmarket, and somehow they have needs that we might be able to meet. We might be able to take care of them a little bit. So this place, I must say, in a basic way, I'm in support of this proposal. I don't know how you drive the fear out of people, because I know quite a few who have the same fears. And how to cure that, I don't know, but it is the problem. The people who have the fears, it's their problem, not the people who are in these homes and who need our help. So anyway, I would ask you to take this into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. If I could just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. My name is Stephen Levitt. This week is 19 years that I've been in Aurora.
Stephen, I'm going to interrupt. Did you bring any goodies for everyone? Cake or something? I was just joking. Go ahead.
If I knew it was going to be this big, there was no way I could bake that much. I love this community. And I walked into here tonight like a lot of people. I didn't know this was coming until very recently. So it didn't give me a whole lot of time to do a whole lot of research. So I thought I would come in tonight and listen to everyone and what everyone has to say. And a lot of things have been touched upon tonight. So I won't go down all those roads. There were just 2 things that really stood out to me. And I'm going to take you back just for a quick second to when I was 21, and I was probably this close to being homeless. I walked into work one day and it was chained up and the rent was due the next day. And I didn't have it because the next day was payday. So when they shut down that place, there was no money. Through some friends, I was able to get enough rent money and I got myself a job. And I didn't end up homeless, but I was pretty darn close. So I have empathy. I have for everyone in that position because I was almost there. Whether it's because of the way I got close, whether it's because you were a criminal, whether you have mental illness, for any number of reasons that you might find yourself in that position. It's a horrible situation. And I think everyone here has expressed very clearly they are absolutely in favor of having a homeless shelter. It's necessary, or for people who are currently not homed. The 2 things that caught my attention in listening to both the pros and the cons, one was we didn't know. We weren't aware. So why are people getting their backs up? They're getting their backs up because something that's been in the plan since 2018 comes to light in early 2023, and it's the first anyone's hearing of it. You wonder why. So and let's face it, not you guys, of course, and women, but people don't trust government a whole lot these days. So when something comes out of left field, you raise a Spockian eye and you say, why? Why wasn't this brought forward all these years? Why wasn't in the infancy? Why wasn't it brought forward? And because that can worry you. But the other part for me is my environmental heart. And I've watched in the 19 years I've been here, as the gentleman before me said, I've watched the moraine get picked apart. I watch it it disappears. And I don't know if I can be way pessimistic and say it's just money. Money is thrown at it and all of a sudden laws change and zoning changes. But at the end of the day, the planet's dying, and this is our you got to make a stand sometimes for certain things. So if this is our stand just on the moraine issue alone, whether it's the endangered species that the young lady spoke about at the very beginning, or just the fact that we need to preserve that. Yes, a shelter needs to be built. There is no question. And it's not a matter of not in my backyard. It's a matter of at the appropriate place. And I think that's really, for me, that's what it comes down to. Maybe the planning was made, it just doesn't feel like it. It feels like things had been done behind closed doors. And it feels like it's being rammed down our throats and the Moraine is going to suffer. If it was around the corner from my house and not affecting the Moraine, would I feel differently? I like to think so, but I have no way of knowing because of where it is being put. So for what it's worth, I have a little experience. Those are my thoughts, and take them into consideration, if you will. Thank you. And next time, cupcakes.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, Stephen, you're invited back to every public planning meeting. So thanks. Yep.
My name is Reza Lavi. I'm living in Cottonwood Harbor, and I have some concern. First of all, regarding the job search, I think everybody can do the job search online. We don't need to be close to the job area. Everybody knows, even in all community go, there is a job search computer. The second thing, transportation is all over the place. We cannot say because this location beside the youngest street, we have just transportation here. Why we have the Seneca College in King area? There is a very far away, but you have a lot of transportation there. There is no problem for transportation. The third things, we have a cheaper land somewhere else, then you can locate this shelter there, and you can add some more stuff there. Like you can make a workshop for these people there to get trained, because these people, they need a training. They need to get on board, because we just bring them there and then, okay, here, the street, job on the bus, go find a job. And I don't think it's work anymore over here, in all over the place in the world. They need to get help, first training, and also they need to treat it. I work with these people. I always appreciate them, but they never appreciate my work, because the way I need a work from them, but they need a treatment because they suffer. They get a lot of problem. I never heard from them. People, they say we scare them. No, they are not going to bother. But in December, I had a project in Church Street. I recommend everybody goes to Niagara Falls, pass by Church Street in St. Catherine. There is a lot of homeless people over there. We never heard from them. But in 5 minutes, I was in military army, 3 years, fight Saddam Hussein. I know a lot of military. In 5 minutes, they steal, these shelter people, they steal 1,000 of my tools in 5 minutes. We were 3 people back and forth, and I'm a military guy. I haven't found out how they steal my tools, 1,000 tools in 5 minutes. Then they didn't hurt us, but we cannot be safe. I have a daughter at home. I leave 7 o'clock in the morning, come back 7 o'clock in the evening, and my daughter home with my wife, they are alone. How we can trust these people not to come to my backyard? My neighbor has a children, the other neighbor has a children, everybody. But my concern, they need a place to go and first of all, be trained, be treated, and have a workshop regarding the skills we can give it to them. But you brought them in the middle of the city and criticize the city because you're saying, oh, we need to be transport. Even now, for the food, you can buy everything online. How older people now, they buy their stuff, they buy everything online. They don't need it. And the 3 businesswomen and they present, they mostly, everybody here is educated. Even I'm from back home, I'm doing the HVAC, but I'm engineer back home. They didn't do the search. They were just business people here to present this shelter. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other members for the first time? Any other members of the public for the first time? Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, you have 5 minutes.
Stefan Perron, members of council, Mr. Mayor, fellow Aurorans. Aurora is a welcoming, embracing, inclusive community. Like gentleman earlier mentioned, I came here for the next agenda item. I felt the need to express myself. I've heard tonight several negative comments towards the less fortunate of the region, who are, to some, seem to be scary, perhaps because of the fear of the unknown. There's been a lot of negative comments. We seem to be ostracizing the needy and the less fortunate. There's been reference to an increase in crime and danger as a result of having potentially a shelter relocate from one region of York Region to another. Reference was made about the pandemic and crime and danger. Well, let me tell you, and also reference to children. During the pandemic, my child was assaulted in a local park of Aurora at night for refusing to hand over their cell phone. Ended up being stabbed. That was November 2020 by a 13-year-old. My child at the time was 14. In June of 2021, still during the pandemic, again, at a different park, the child used to frequent a lot of parks. My child was assaulted and beaten by homeowners of a prominent area of Aurora. Was assaulted also by a prominent business leader of one of the largest employers in Aurora, not by homeless people. Let's learn to get to know them. I do not know what is the proper location for this proposed shelter. The elected people of the town of Aurora will make that decision. But I think we need to be inclusive, not just in our words, but in let's accept them. And one thing that I would like to say in closing is that I've noticed that the majority of the people who spoke tonight against this project were men. Gentlemen, we need to look in the mirror and realize it could be us tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe in a year, who may face the challenges of not having housing, not having employment. So perhaps we need to look in the mirror because we may need that. Again, I will turn it to you to make the proper decision as to where it should be, but I don't think it should be on Bloomington across from the yard waste depot either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? First time? Welcome. If you can just state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Langston. I live at 2 Houdini Way, which is in the very south of Aurora. I question the denotation of this as being the ideal location for a facility. Yonge Street, at the best of times, is a very hazardous street to walk or jog, which my daughter does, and I implore her not to. These people, if they leave that facility, are going to have a tremendous difficulty navigating Yonge Street, northbound or southbound, because there's no sidewalks, as somebody mentioned earlier. Number two, my wife and my father-in-law are both former police from 14 Division in Toronto, the busiest division in the country. And there's one reason for it: a tremendous amount of halfway houses and men's shelters and mental health, Queen Street mental health unit. So we're in for a heap of pain if this gets put where you're suggesting it could get put. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public for the first time? Welcome. Can I just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Stephen. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I just want to note on record for the planning department to take away to review whether or not official plan amendment is required. Per the official plan designation, we have a couple of areas of concern here: environmental function area, cluster residential, private open space, ecological buffer, and environmental protection area. Per the conceptual site plan drawings, it appears that it encroaches in some of the ecological buffer and environmental protection area. So I want to know if the planning department can look into that and perhaps OP amendment is required. In addition, I don't believe a zoning amendment is necessary because it is already designated per our maps as an environmental protection area and an environmental function area. So we do not need a zoning amendment to an environmental protection under the ORM. It already is classified as that in the OP. Furthermore, last year, summer 2021, council has approved the site plan for the sewage pumping station. And in doing so, we approved the region to remove 218 trees to accommodate the pumping station. Per the site plan approval, they promised to replant 251 trees on site. This is prior to building the proposed men's shelter. So in addition to already promising us 251 trees to be replanted, they're not offering any more, but instead they're offering to cut down more trees. Meanwhile, offering us a zoning application to protect the environment in areas that's already protected by our OP. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. If I could just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Hi there. My name is Stephanie Gallo. I'm a new resident to Woodhaven with my husband. I haven't come fully prepared tonight. I don't have a speech, but there's been a lot of good opposing points that some fellow community members have made. One thing that I did want to bring up is the lack of transparency in this whole event of happenings. Not just the last minute announcements of how we came to know about tonight's event, but furthermore, I'm learning that this has been in the works since 2018, 2019, from what I recall through your slides. We purchased in 2021 from Brookfield, the builder. So my question is, if it's a question, can be put on the record for an answer. Oh, I noticed we have the same last name. The question that I have is, there's a lot of getting pushed on us to accept this new proposal. We should accept it. We should be open to these new members that are going to be joining the community. Where has the transparency been through the whole process of Brookfield or other potential builders in the area, Ballymore, Tridale? Where has that been open and transparent through this whole purchasing process? We feel a little bit, not a little bit, very deceived through this whole process, purchasing a home well in a bracket that as a new young married couple, we've kind of stretched, and we would have liked to know that this community is everything that we hoped for it to be, not just in the next few years, but this was our forever area that we intended to live. So the question is, if these builders did know what was happening in the plan or the future development in the surrounding areas, why was it never shared with the potential homeowners? If it's such a great thing, I'm sure they knew about it. Why was it never discussed with us? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public for the first time? Going once, going twice. Mr. Romano, questions? And I guess, Melissa, did you want to answer these? Some of them that are for or specifically for York Region? Mr. Romero, did you want to go through the ones you have that are specific maybe towards the applicant?
Certainly. There were a number of questions, and obviously through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll do our best. And this is just to be clear with everybody in the public. The application was received by the region at the end of June of 2022. This is the first step in the process, holding the first public planning meeting. There wasn't a meeting held in the summer because we don't hold public planning meetings in the summer. So this is our first step in the process as the rezoning application. With respect to whether the builders knew about this, I can't answer that. But again, the application came in formally back in June. I understand that the region's been working on a site selection here for a couple of years. I can't answer whether the builders knew. And just before I turn it over, just to be clear on whether there's a need for an official plan or the environmental protection areas of this site. Based on the proposal that we have before us, the lands are designated, have a dual designation. The eastern portion is designated for residential development and different forms of housing and institutional uses under official plan. But this particular use needs a rezoning application. And this is a process that we go through to listen to comments, deal with those questions down the road, and deal with all the technical issues that may come up and getting responses from our external agencies and internal departments. The western portion of the site is in an environmental protection area. It is a woodlot that will not be developed on. So, and this is as part of our review process, we will confirm based on the information we've received from the region and all the background reports, traffic, environmental evaluation reports, hydro-G reports. We will also review those and verify that they are protecting the western portion with a buffer as well. And we already have comments from the Conservation Authority. So I just wanted to be clear about the official plan designation. And again, this is really the first step in the process.
Actually, and another one for you, Mr. Ramuno, I believe was what are the appeal options? I think that's more towards you than the applicant.
Certainly, the mayor's asked what are the appeal options. So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned, this is the first step. There won't be a decision tonight. What will happen down the road is once we complete our public process, and it probably won't end tonight, there'll probably be additional meetings, and we'll work with the region as well to ensure that there's additional public engagement. With respect to a final decision, eventually, if council directs us to prepare a final report, a complete technical report to council for consideration, council has, two options to either approve or to refuse. And at that point, if it's a refusal, the applicant could take this to the Ontario Land Tribunal to resolve the dispute. Conversely, if it is not, if it is approved, any member of the public, because it is a rezoning application, can also appeal the application to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But again, that's down the road. As I mentioned before, this is our first step with respect to the rezoning application being a public process.
Thank you. And then I'll just go with the ones that I have, Mr. Rumino, first, and then if you can jump in with the ones that you have after, and if I've missed any. So I'm just going to go through some of the ones I have first. Was there a risk assessment done for the community or in that area in regards to the transitional housing?
In terms of safety?
Yes.
There's not, as part of the typical planning application process, a safety risk is not required. When we were doing due diligence, we certainly did consider crime and safety. We consulted with York Regional Police. We've looked at our other sites and improved upon our best practices. There is no formal risk assessment that is required for safety in this aspect.
Thank you. Why not renovate? Yes.
Porter Place, very unfortunately, is in a location right now that is so terribly serviced by transit that on average, very unfortunately, one pedestrian, a man seeking services, dies on average, once every 1 to 2 years. We see these terrible headlines. We read about it. Our staff at Blue Door, feel it. And that's because you're walking up Yonge Street in East Gwillimbury with no lights, no sidewalk. There is no transit there. And, you know, I know that this isn't Toronto in terms of transit.
Everybody, please. I remember, let's keep respectful.
But the service is important. The transit service here it offers a huge improvement from Porter Place. And secondly, the site at Porter Place, it's a purchase site very long time ago. And as we mentioned earlier, there's very limited servicing capacity. The region does not have services up there. So we then rely on well and septic systems, which are extremely expensive to operate and make it very difficult to build additional density. There is planned services coming there in many, many years. There's a lot of infrastructure that's held up that way. And certainly that site may have some potential in the future, but right now it's at its highest density.
Thank you. What other locations were looked at, research, stats to support this location?
Yeah, we first started again with the 7 principles that we've adopted and we've used for all of our land purchases. And that's really with a reason. There's a lot of history, as anybody kind of understanding community planning or housing would know. Very unfortunately, for many, many years, when the Ontario government and, you know, previously federal worked with housing locations, they put them in very less than ideal spots. So there's a lot of older housing buildings in New York region, in Toronto and others that are located near railroad tracks, adjacent and have no access to any other transit or main roads. And we've essentially gotten better at figuring out what those criteria is. So we measured against those criteria. And again, we first started in Aurora. Number one, there hasn't been a lot of regional investment in Aurora. We knew that, and we wanted to take a look at that. So as we were kind of considering where the best location for our clients would be, Aurora is really right in the middle of that Yonge Street corridor. And we service all of York region, right? So all the way up to Sutton and Keswick and all the way down to Vaughan and Markham. So this is quite central for many people. So we considered Aurora, and as many of you probably do, a very central location with access to great services. So because of that, the town was very important for us. And as we honed in on the town, we looked at different sites that were available. Some were excessively expensive. We took due diligence on a couple of sites, and they had environmental concerns. They had significant rehab costs that would not allow for continued development. And this site honestly hits every single one of our criteria. And that is how we are guided by best practice. You know, it's easy to go to another community to put it in a place that nobody wants it, in a place that nobody can see it. That's how Porter Place got there. But this is brave. This is a brave part of what York Region is doing to address this issue. We're putting it on Yonge Street, and we're announcing that, you know, we're here to help. And that's what we like about it, that when you're here in Aurora and you can see it in this beautifully designed building that, will have a premium environmental aspects of it, it will be a welcome to the community, and it'll be, extremely well designed and nice to look at. So we figured that a prominent location is not only great for the residents, but also something that the town should be proud of too.
Mr. Romano. Hold, everyone, please. We have to get through. We have a process. Everyone, hold on. You will get a chance to speak once we get through the questions. I want to answer the questions that were brought up by all of you, so you guys can get the answers that you are seeking. So give me a sec to get through these answers, please. These questions. Mr. Romano.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to Melissa, the one question we did hear a couple of times, if you can answer it at this point, is the intake criteria that would you use to evaluate the men coming into the shelter or the facility, and the types of services available and the supervision within the proposed facility.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to invite my colleague Monica here, who is more in touch with that side.
Thanks, Melissa. So I'd say in terms of
Can I just hold on to, once again, we have process. I need a motion to extend the hour. Councillor Gardner, Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of intake process, we do aim to support individuals who are experiencing homelessness. They may have a wide range of needs. There is no specific criteria that would restrict somebody from coming into a program if they are experiencing homelessness. People sometimes have will be set up to receive supports in areas such as, you know, mental health and addictions and, you know, increasing job skills. These are things that people will work on when they're in the program. Is there a specific intake criteria that would restrict somebody from coming in? There can be situations where an individual is restricted from a particular location because there may have been interactions in the past. So there may be situations where there could be a restriction and that would restrict them from coming into the program. But in terms of intake criteria, it's really open to individuals who are in York Region and who are identifying as male and experiencing homelessness, who could then come in and benefit from a wide range of services. Another thing I just want to mention, I know it was asked as well, whether intakes would be happening 24 hours a day. There is a staff on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, multiple staff who are trained in a wide range of different types of supports. So there could be intakes happening throughout the day and throughout the evening time. Typically, the staff will aim to provide intakes throughout daytime hours where possible. But they certainly will support somebody who comes in at other hours overnight and in the early morning. I would say that that doesn't mean that there will be people constantly coming and going at the site, if that's the concern that was brought up, but there could be intakes happening 24 hours a day. We do have staff working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then additional staff who come in and provide extra services from a wide range of community agencies who the service provider would partner with to ensure that the wide range of needs that are presenting are being addressed.
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure if Melissa can answer this one, but the one other question that came up was related to some of the background technical studies and with respect to the noise and vibration study. And I know we have seen a noise study, which is commonplace for any new development adjacent to either an arterial road like Yonge Street or the rail line. Yes, and again, based on my review of the study, I mean, it indicates there aren't, any concerns aside from building materials and, interior ventilation required because of the location, proximity to both the rail tracks and Yonge Street.
Yes.
But again, these are technical issues that we will continue to review.
Yes, absolutely. We look forward to working with staff on any of those issues.
Thank you. And I just got one for our deputy clerk because it was one at the beginning asked about FOIs in regards to YRP reports at current sites and if they could get that, if it's possible.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, through MFIPA, you can submit a Freedom of Information request to York Regional Police, and they would be able to provide you with information that belongs to them. The town does not own those records, so a Freedom of Information request cannot go to the town of Aurora, but you can definitely make one to York Regional Police for that information.
Thank you. Mr. Romano? Yep.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the other question that came up with respect to the environmental protection area and the requirement for a 30-meter buffer. I think I touched on it earlier. The lands where the facility is proposed is within the residential area. The environmental protection lands to the west are proposed to be protected, and the buffer, based on the information we received to date, Conservation Authority is satisfied with a 10 to 15 meter buffer. And again, it's a 30-meter buffer isn't required in this instance. It isn't a wetland, it is a wood lot, but that western portion of the environmental protection area and environmental function area is not subject to the application.
Melissa, some of the other questions, has the region talked to employers in the area?
Mm-hmm.
Where do residents from the transitional housing go to find affordable housing in the area? Those are two for you.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, one of the things we did want to talk about is just the the crime statistics that were requested for the Freedom of Information. We actually do have Sergeant Reed here who pulled all that data. That's where we looked at it. It's publicly available. We're happy to submit it as part of our application. However, would like to be seen at that point if you'd like to consider further. And if there are additional safety or crime concerns, we certainly can ask Sergeant Reed to speak to those. In terms of where do they go after this particular process, there's a range of answers for that. And Monica can expand if I miss something, but essentially there's a program in place that helps people who come in, clients here, to find the next step. So they're not just discharged onto the street, they're discharged with a plan to look for housing in different places and assigned different staff members who help them to find those services. Some end up in the same community, some end up further, some move away, some move to Toronto. It all depends. And as we've heard and as we know, the housing crisis is pushing people further and further away into different locations. So we're not, there's not one particular place. They do go all over, and in some cases with onto relatives and others. And the one thing with the employers, we have done employer outreach in multiple projects. I have to check with our community liaison officer here, particularly for this one. But we actually find quite a lot of support for affordable housing because it's very difficult to find the person to work at Tim Hortons and live in Aurora and so on. So there is some support in terms of providing places for employees that work at lower wage jobs to have access to those jobs within their community. In this particular instance, I don't know of particular employers. We do have service providers, including what Michael was talking about in terms of the training center nearby. And there's other facilities in the industrial area that could potentially be considered. Employment happens all over, as many of us probably, myself included, work remotely some of the time. There are areas outside of your immediate neighborhood where these can exist and you can live successfully.
Mr. Romano, I believe you got another question.
So you, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the other questions we heard was, what is the appropriate separation distance between this facility and the existing sewage pumping station and the nearby other sensitive uses such as a daycare that was raised? And Melissa or Amy could weigh in on this, but again, the appropriate separation distance is determined as part of this zoning application review. We don't have a current standard. There are MOE requirements with respect to distances between sensitive land uses, and that's something that has to be followed. And I know the region's looking at that as well because of the pumping station and the rail line. Again, that is something that will be reviewed as part of this rezoning application and the technical background work that's been submitted. And I'm not sure if you or Amy want to add anything further.
Amy, did you want to add anything to that?
In terms of the additional information, or
Can I get you to come up there? Yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. In terms of the first question with the minimum distance separation between the pumping station and the proposed men's shelter, the background reports, as I understand, done by the technical consultants found that it was an appropriate distance. There weren't MOE guidelines where there might be with an open industry. Often the conflict that we find is through heavy industrial or heavy utilities. And as you saw from the photos on the screen, the Henderson Pumping House has been designed to more or less look like a residential unit. All of the activity is undertaken within and well below the ground. So there were studies that were undertaken to show that there should be no fumes, no noise, or impact from the pumping station. In terms of the rail safety study, it's very common. Metrolinx typically requires a 30 meter minimum distance separation. And that can be both vertical and horizontal. The closest corner of our building is approximately 80 meters away. And we do understand that, yes, I've lived beside train tracks or close. There is noise, but that, as Melissa mentioned, is part of the noise study. The acoustical consultant identified the requirements in order to ensure the safe and comfortable living environment. And that includes, you can have windows that open, but you must have air conditioning so somebody doesn't rely on open windows. So from a rail perspective, at this stage, a rail safety in terms of derailment has not been undertaken, but the acoustical is not of concern. In terms of the daycares in school, I do understand. I looked to familiarize myself with the daycare and the active learning center that was raised tonight. It looks like it's about 4 kilometers to the north and to the east. My understanding, and again, we can look back again, that the closest school is across the rail tracks or across the open space area, far more than a 500-meter radius. But certainly can appreciate it was something that's raised and of concern. And we'll also look into the bus stop issue as well.
Thank you. And community safety. I mean, obviously we've heard that. So there's a lot of questions in regards to community safety. What will the region be doing in regards to community safety? Maybe, and I don't know if you want our community liaison officer to come up and speak to that and some of those measures that will be put in place. That
I could, if you can, I'll just address the first thing proactively. So, and then Sergeant Reed can add statistics if you'd like. All of our sites are different. They all have different challenges. We've heard the 360 Kids site is very different than Belinda's, which is very different than this one. So we've, of course, used design elements that through CPTED or crime prevention design that we work with York Region Police and their representatives in the building part of it to make sure that we're not missing anything that could be dangerous in that component. In terms of ongoing security, as you've heard, it is staffed, fully staffed, 24 hours a day. So there is somebody always on site. In addition, there is some outreach. I was actually speaking to Sergeant Reed earlier, just in terms of community policing. There are different strategies he was explaining to me, and particularly in terms of mental health calls and responses, that there's a more specialized team that helps with that. So there probably will be more additional information and details required in order to come up with a full operating plan. We are absolutely happy to continue those conversations. We are taking the process one step at a time. And this is right now dealing with the zoning application.
Sergeant Reed, did you want to add to that? Yeah, please. Go ahead. And I think, and just so we can expand upon it, it's not just community safety within the building, it's also outside of the building.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just first introduction, my name is Matthew Reed. I'm a police sergeant here in York Region, and I've been a police officer for the past 22 years. I've worked in every municipality with the exception of Vaughan in this fantastic region, so I have a pretty good aspect of the region. And on a personal note, I'm a resident of Northern York Region. I live in Newmarket. I'm married and I have 3 children. 2 of them are still in public school here and the other one's in university. So I have compassion to your concerns as parents. Although I don't live in your community, I do understand and I am listening to your concerns. Was there direct questions you want me to address, or?
I think it's just, I think it's more of just what's going to be done to, ensure, I guess, community safety, from the surrounding community, but also, directly impacting the residents within the proximity of the transitional housing.
Of course. So there's a few things we can do as police and that you can do as community members to be proactive and have a crime prevention piece. There's a few things that jumped out of my head as an experienced police officer that I heard, and I'm not sure who said it, but they said, we want to live in a community where we don't have to lock our doors. That's a great community. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore. That's something that you need to make. I do as a police officer. I make sure my wife and daughter's cars are locked every night. So those are things that I do. Not only as a police officer, but as a member of the community to make sure that my property is safe to the best of my ability. I have surveillance cameras on my house. Unfortunately, I've seen firsthand what people do to other people's property that don't do their due diligence to try to protect their property. So there's things that you can do as a resident for crime prevention to help protect your property. If you're worried about your cars being broken into or tools being stolen out of your car, don't leave tools in your car if possible. Try to keep them locked in your garage. So there are things that you can do to help reduce risk. Not sure if you can completely eliminate it. You can at least make yourself a little less of a potential target, if you will. Before coming here today, when I was in my office, I just gathered some quick stats, and I'm not going to bore you with the slideshow. And I'm just going to use reference to the 2 shelters that have come up today. Blue Door Shelter, which is on Yonge Street or Highway 11 in East Gwillimbury. And then, of course, Belinda's Place, which is in Newmarket. So I did I had to be careful how far I went. So I didn't want to go too short as in 30 or 60 days, but I didn't want to go 5 years span. So I just did the past 365 days from January 23rd to January 23rd of this year. For example, Blue Door Shelter, there's 34 calls for service at that building. So again, that's 52 weeks, 34 calls. The vast majority of those calls, and I've heard you guys voice your concerns tonight about mental health. So out of those 34 calls, 10 of those are mental health related. That's a pretty broad call type. It could mean that someone's in crisis and we attend and we apprehend them. That means they physically get put in handcuffs. It looks a lot like arresting, but it's an apprehension where we take them to the nearest psychiatric facility. In our case, around here is South Lake Regional Health Center in Newmarket. It could also look like we come with, Melissa made a comment about we have a specialized team. It's a police officer not in uniform because uniform can trigger people, and they ride in an unmarked police car with a crisis worker. So they'll attend the call with the uniformed police officers. And once the situation is safe, the crisis worker will enter and try to address that situation on site without having a drain on our hospital. And then finally, another aspect of that could be someone's just having a bad day and they called 911 and they just want us to come and they want us to talk to us. Not necessarily they're going to kill themselves, not necessarily that they're going to go to the hospital, just that they're suffering from some sort of mental health crisis, and we attend for that. So a mental health call is very broad. Yes, it does increase police presence. Other side of the coin, that's not always a bad thing to have police presence in your neighborhood. So as a former frontline police officer, after you attend a call, you're looking for a nice quiet spot, you can do a report. Sorry, I'm not addressing you properly. That could be your neighborhood. That could be your street. It doesn't mean we're there for a bad reason. Sometimes we just want to get out of the public view and have a quiet cup of coffee like you do in your office and break. Unfortunately, our office is that big giant marked police car. It's a billboard, but sometimes we can find safe spots, quiet spots, and that could be your community. So just because there's a police officer there, it doesn't mean anything's happening. It could mean that they, in this case, were at their proposed site and they're now in your neighborhood just doing the report. Now you have a police presence in your neighborhood. Not necessarily a bad thing. The second is for Belinda's place on Yonge Street. And that call for service, the same time frame, 365 days, was 52 calls at that building. So you could break that down to one call a week. And again, 21 of those 52 calls were for a mental health call for service. And again, that's a wide range.
Oh, no. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
There's a variety of calls that I'm just giving you the most common call. I'm not going to sit here and say we don't go there for drug overdoses. Belinda's place, we go there for a lot of domestic disputes because it's a women's shelter and they may call and say my ex-husband or my ex-partner is breaching their court order. So that goes in as a domestic disturbance. So there is a variety of call type ranging from 21 calls to 1 where we've attended. But that's the majority of the calls for service we see in these two particular shelters that I can speak to as I'm patrolling this area.
Thank you, Sergeant Reed. Mr. Romano, vibrations.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I know the region had prepared a noise impact assessment report. A vibration report, I don't believe, was prepared based on the they didn't feel that there was a need based on the distance between the sewage pumping station. And again, it isn't what we consider a heavy industrial use, but a noise report has been completed, and there are some conditions that would have to be fulfilled if the proposal ever gets approved and built. But then again, that is similar to any development adjacent to a rail line or an arterial road.
You have any other, Mr. Romano, you have any other questions? Not at this time. Okay, so thank you. I'm going to ask members of the public if they want to speak a second time. If I can just get you to state your name again, and you have 5 minutes. Oh, just wait 1 sec, right? There you go. Mic's on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There's obviously opposition, major opposition. We don't want it on this site. I don't know why it's trying to be rammed down our throats. There certainly must be other locations in the millions of acres in York Region. With the stroke of a pen, you can approve it. I just don't understand why this is being rammed down our throats. Like we're doing something wrong, like we're the guilty party here. We're not. We have empathy. We'll assist in putting together a men's shelter if that's what's needed. But that location is not suitable for it. That's all there is to it. Zero. It has too much hair on it. The other point I wanted to make was that the empathetic side, which is amazing. I know Lindsay, our kids, Lindsay and my son went to school together. She spoke so eloquently. But the issue is this. Nobody addressed the location concerns. You all, address the human side. The location is wrong. We have longstanding Aurora citizens. We have brand new Aurora citizens. This is the wrong way to welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, if I can just get you to state your name again, and you have 5 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you. My name is Melissa Losco. I'm a resident of the Woodhaven community. I appreciate York Region gave the responses. Melissa, specifically to you, thank you for clarifying a few points. Although we looked for the clarification, in my opinion, there was no clarification provided. The questions were not answered. So again, I would like to put on record my questions that I would like clearly answered. Monica early stated that there was a limited opportunity to expand their current location. The wells and septic tanks are costly, but isn't this project costing them $15 million? And that's taxpayer money. I want a report showing how much it's going to cost to repair the wells and septic tank at the current location so we could see if this is a better decision. Melissa earlier stated that a good neighboring agreement could be in place. But why is that necessary? Is there an anticipation of a prom happening? Another question of mine is, why do we have gender-specific homes? Why is it a men's shelter and not anyone who needs a home? Female, male? Is there an anticipation of a problem of a man and woman homeless being in the same building? That's a question I would like answered. Additionally, Melissa spoke to the renovation of the current location. She said, walking up Young Street's a problem, there's no sidewalks. Well, there's no sidewalks in our neighborhood either. Additionally, she said there's railroad tracks nearby. Coincidentally, there is in our neighborhood as well. Melissa did refer to homeless as clients, which I thought was a little strange, the use of the word client. And I like to see where York Region owns other lands. If this is going to be a democratic and transparent process, I like to see what other lands that York Region owns that has not been considered or has been considered for a shelter. Additionally, when we spoke about intake, where does the overflow of homeless individuals go? If they don't have a room for them, where do you send them? The intake is also apparently day and night. So as residents, you can understand our concern as if there's overflow, are they coming into our neighborhood? Lastly, Melissa said that they're discharged, the homeless people are discharged to find houses and employment. How could you possibly find a house or employment in 30 days or 3 months to 1 year? Most people who are fortunate to have education do struggle coming out of college to get an employment and a house. Melissa also mentioned that there are remote positions. Well, if you're in the unfortunate circumstance of being homeless, I don't believe that a remote position would be an option for you. And additionally, Melissa did note that these individuals tend to go home to their families. Well, why didn't they go there in the first place for help? Why do they go to a home? It's all questions I'd like to see statistics on and have these questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Just need to state your name again and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Paul Langston, 280 Road. To be selfish, I don't want this in my backyard. My neighborhood is full of 5, 10, 15, $20 million homes. How is this acceptable to be in that proximity to that kind of properties? Just a question. You wouldn't like it either.
Thank you. Hi, Tom, if I can just get you to state your name again and
Yanis,
5
thank
minutes.
you. Couple things. To Mr. Ramuno through the mayor, you spoke to the town just got the application and I think you said July 2022. Is that correct?
I'll get if you just get the questions, you can't have a back
To
and
the
forth.
mayor,
Just-
sorry.
No, but you can't have a back and forth at this moment. So you can ask the questions. I'll write them down. And then we'll
Okay,
go back.
thank you.
Okay.
From the documentation that I've seen that's published on the Aurora website and the links I checked, the proposal that's documented on your site, our site, is May 21 was when it sort of hatched, sort of semi-officially. And then June 21 was the first, and I wasn't sure what type of meeting that was, but Tom Rackus is the first person in that document as part of that meeting. So that would be June 21. And that's on the website. And I sent an actual email to some of the residents with all those links in them, right? Copied from the Aurora website. So I welcome people to have a look at that in terms of transparency, because I feel very betrayed by our council, and I know some of the members well, that we weren't approached, not raised, because we're a group that's worked with Marco and Wendy and John in the past, and we weren't told anything about this thing hatching or brewing, right? Which is shocking. And everyone here has expressed transparency. You, Tom, also sit on the board of directors of York Housing, which is the company that's building this. So you're one of the key players that makes decisions, or I suspect, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, that would vote and understand and consider such a project. So that's very concerning. Moving forward, because I don't know when I'm going to run out, there are a lot of technical issues regarding the woodlands, and I stand to differ in opinion with some of the comments from Marco in terms of conformance, and we can deal that at a different venue. Now, I will ask in summary, first I'm going to ask the town to reject the application for all the many reasons that many people have put forth. And I don't think anyone in here spoke negatively about the homeless so far. I know some of the members suggested who came up that other members, people that spoke, said something negative. I didn't hear a single negative thing spoken about homeless, just concerns about their well-being and other people's well-being, not that they're bad people or aren't people in need. I think everyone in this room is very compassionate. Now, in summary, I'd ask that the town rejects the application and make available to the public, I'd like it as well, but to the public, all the backup documentation showing A, which other sites were actually considered during this 4-year timeframe, 3 to 4 year, and rejected, with the reasonings for it being rejected. And over what period of time was each application considered? And then again, the reasoning why this site became the preferred site. Where's that documentation? Where's that data? Not only were we not part of it, but we aren't even privy to see it. Does it exist? I see a lot of quick things being done, and not really for such a serious event, not really the time that should be put into changing people's lives. And in addition, when I look through the documentation, there's a long checklist of what the Oak Ridge Marine Conservation Plan requires for any development, including the prior developments. It's not short, it's a long list. And the fact that there's a cluster residential overlay on these lands also have other designations even within that cluster designation that exist. We have to look at a different map. So there are many things that I think still need to be addressed. It's unfortunate that we're way down the road right now dealing with it at such a late stage. And we all feel, I think, as I do, concerned that we were brought in with such urgency. Like we all sort of dropped jobs, and I ran around trying to do some studying and organizing to do this in a hurry with putting other things aside that were planned. And I don't know who we would blame for that. Is it the 120 meter rule? I don't think the people on Alm Court, which I checked on the map, are 120 meters, all got notified. And like one of the gentlemen said, Mario, he said he was the only person that got approached in his subdivision throughout that whole time period. Thank you. So that's it.
Thank you. Nadia, hi. If you can just state your name again, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Nadia Somani and I'm from the Woodhaven community. I wanted to just follow up on
Oh,
my.
actually, sorry, Nadia, I have the clerk, we got to deal with some process stuff. So I need a motion to extend to a specific time. You want to go 11:30 right now? Okay, we'll go 11:30 and then when we get there, we're going to have to make a decision again where we're at. Okay, so 11:30, moved by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gilliland, all those in favor? Opposed, that carries. Nadia, sorry.
Thank
I
you,
just
no
have to take
problem.
care of the process. Sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Process is important, as we've seen. I would like to speak a little bit about some comments that I had included in my original submission, but kind of ran out of time. Before I go there, I did want to echo the sentiments and comments given by my neighbors here today about the fact that this initiative or the objectives of this initiative are not what's in opposition or what's in contention. In fact, that is endorsed, and I think you would find support from the community members to find an alternative appropriate location. The key issue here, or the key term here, is location. And this location is of issue for a number of reasons, most of which you've already heard today. Some I would like to add to that commentary is the fact that the closest neighborhood to this location is the Woodhaven community. In fact, it backs onto the wood space that's there and connected. And yet the Woodhaven community is a private community comprised of 5 condo corporations, not one that benefits from all of the privileges that are provided by the town of Aurora. We don't get the same benefits of every other resident of the town of Aurora that isn't belonging to a private community. And yet we are paying full taxes. We are being asked to subsidize the cost of this proposed project, and yet have not been consulted and have not had our voices heard. And hopefully this is not a futile kind of check the box, hollow forum here for us to voice our opinions. I really do hope that our voices will be heard and some action will be taken. In terms of the fact that we are a private community, the consequences of that means that our communities and our condo corporations will have to absorb the cost of any damage and destruction done to our property, to our neighboring vicinity, to our woodlands that back onto our property, none of which we have control of because it's an open community where people can access. And you're getting additional traffic and you're getting additional concerns and paraphernalia and all of these things that are evidence-based that exist when you bring in a shelter of this nature nearby. And so I would like to know what the town of Aurora is going to be able to do to compensate us for the losses, not just to our property values, but to the likely damage that will occur to our property nearby, whether it be roads, facilities, or otherwise. I'd also like to make the comment that this to me feels akin to an expropriation without actually getting due compensation. I mean, we are very close to this neighborhood. We have not been appropriately consulted, and it's problematic again for all of the reasons that you've heard. Our insurance costs are going to increase, our other pothole fees are going to increase. And again, where is the town of Aurora in the context of those issues? I want to address some of the responses that were provided by our planners today. One of the comments that were made, initial comments that were made, was that the site was selected out of serendipity. And we've heard this word before. And it's interesting in that they're using this term because clearly there was a prior site that was located. This prior site that was located was clearly dismissed for reasons, according to the planners, for its financial implications and the cost prohibition. So ultimately, the planners and the town and whoever are putting the economic interests of their needs ahead of the needs of the people who are homeless, who deserve a dignified community. This is not a dignified community for them. If you're going to be putting your economic interests ahead of those that are in need, I would also say that you need to consider our own economic interest and what that means. In terms of the comments made about consultation with employers, the response there was that, sure, employers were consulted. I can't give you the specific names because we're not really sure. Maybe they were service providers. But in any event, that was for affordable housing and not for transitional housing. And lastly, I would just say that the term brave was used in the context of this, showing that it's a very unprecedented move that's being made by by the planners here and by the town to bring the shelter in our area where there is no record of historical record upon which we can draw. What we do know is that there are crimes, there are crises, there are calls, which range in severity and concern. And those are only the reported crimes and issues and incidents. Forget about those that go unreported because people are too scared or whatever the case. So all to say, there's a range of issues that need to still be considered and appropriately dealt with. And it should not proceed at this present time or ever. Thank you.
Thank you. I can just get you to state your name again and you have 5 minutes, please.
It's Harbinger Thandy Hoy. Spoke a little bit earlier, just a couple of things that I wanted to mention. I think Nadia hit on a lot of good points there. I don't think that the proposed site was considered anything other than financial reasons. York Region already owns it or in bed with somebody with the pumping station, however that worked out. But it's kind of like a slap in the face to you guys. It is cheaper and easier these days to rip apart the Oak Ridges Moraine and get you guys to change the zoning in their eyes than actually spend money on a place that's a better location. That's what these guys are telling you by bringing this proposal here today. So that's a slap in the face to you guys. So I hope you guys do the right thing. The other thing I want to touch on is I think the police officer there kind of made the case that a lot of us were worried about, and I very highly respect your Region Police, by the way. Thank you. He said at the Porterhouse in over the course of a year, there were 34 calls at the Porterhouse, I believe, and Belinda's 52 calls over the course of a year. I think that's what I heard. Now, these are to the actual resident houses. We didn't get any stats on the areas around those places where people that attend the shelter have been involved in any incidences. And I ask all of you guys, if my house got 52 calls last year for police to be present, would you want me to be your neighbor? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? I believe it is Nisha. Yes.
My name is Nisha Shivji. I just have a question directed to the town. Are any independent steps going to be taken by the town to verify the information in the justification report? And if so, are one of those steps obtaining independent expert opinions to confirm the reports that have been provided by York Region? I do hire experts all the time and I call them up. I say, give me a verbal. Tell me if this is good or not. Tell me if it supports my position. If they say, yeah, I'm like, okay, put it in writing. And if they say no, I say, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I just want to know that the information provided by York Region will be reviewed, and hopefully the town of Aurora will get some, independent expert opinions as well. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. This is Jasper Rosie Mandela. I just have one question directed at Melissa, who was talking about employment opportunities and how it didn't seem like it was very considered. So I also want to put it on record. It would be nice to have a full report about what employers will be hiring. I think she mentioned Tim Hortons. We have one Tim Hortons that is north of us that might have a staff of 10 people. So just to confirm, we have a facility coming up, a mega facility with 68 potential residents at a given time. And there is one employer that was talked about. Also, the second point she said was on remote work. She's like, well, remote work is becoming a thing. Then who cares about the transportation system?
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Hi. Well, if I can just get you to state your name.
Hi, I'm Jessica Zacks Whitehead, and I live, I think we're called Aurora Country, just off McClellan there. And I thank you for everybody for coming. Sorry, I'm gonna step away from there. I'm just wanting to throw out some questions, and I think mainly towards the you guys to put the community's mind at ease. So in our next meeting, I'm conscious of the fact that we're running late. Are we able to get statistics on these residents who are residing in these establishments? I looked on your website. I had very little time to do my own research, so I'm not going to be ignorant in the fact that I know the residents who are coming to you. So my question is, so I saw that there was roughly 300 something numbers of gentlemen who went through the establishment. I think it was in 2021, but I apologize if that's wrong. How many of those men are successfully integrated into the community? How many of these men are coming back to the establishment and are repeat residents? How many of these men, you mentioned fathers, sons, uncles, how many of these men, I had someone tell me that perhaps these are refugees coming into the country and they literally have nowhere to go. So I think our community deserves some of that information. And I understand there's privacy implications, but it would put my mind at ease knowing a shelter is coming into the community and knowing that there are these successes you are talking about, but statistically speaking, because we all run by numbers versus hearsay, right? So my request from you guys for the next meeting is to come to the meeting with some of those important statistics that might put my mind at ease to welcome these men to my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Melissa, can I get you to come back up? I got a couple more questions for you. And I guess this would be something for a future date. As was mentioned, statistics, reports on the difference between renovating Porter Place compared to building a new facility. So those types of information, I mean, if you have something you can share at this moment in time, but I'm sure we would be able to get those at a further date or at a further meeting.
I'll just 2 points on that through you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to mention, this is kind of an underlying theme of a few of the questions. And I've talked about our community liaison committee, which was established back in 2021. We are accepting more members on our committee. We have said that since the day one. If you want to be on the committee, it's a one-page application. We don't want to keep, it too big, but if you want to be part of it and one of your neighbors is, you're more than welcome to do so. That is going forward. And a lot of and I bring this up because the CLC is where all of these good details get talked about. So these specific questions, you get to have, there's usually 12 to 15 people, residents who are on this committee, and you get to have direct FaceTime and real conversations with all of us at any given time. We give you our direct, access to us. We answer all these questions and we can have conversations instead of standing at a podium and making point after point after point. That's where we're going to get this work done. And I would highly encourage if anyone, wants to talk further, that is the best place for this. And there's access to that information on our website. In terms of the statistics of residents and statistics of how much it costs to do that, those are conversations we can have through additional meetings. What our intent here tonight is always to focus this on the planning and on the building and on the impact that this has. So we've kind of purposely, there are people at play here, but you don't, really nobody gets to pick their neighbors. So I do want to keep that in mind, that this is about a building and about a planning process and about a zoning use. And typically our bylaws don't work against people and put them in specific areas. This is really not about, this is planning and not so much about people. Having said that, everybody who has concerns, and I totally understand. I live in an area in Toronto that has 4 different halfway houses, 6 different TCHC buildings. I've got 2 young kids. I have conversations all the time about how lucky we are to be privileged and what it means and looks like to be a real community member. And I do think that those things are valuable. So although there is a lot of fear around this, as some of the speakers have mentioned, there are some things that can be positive to be brought into this community. And again, this is through these discussions, through these actual talking points. It's unfortunate that a lot of people haven't heard about this. We did do the outreach to, as many people as we can. We can't be everywhere. Had you gotten something last year that it was so far out, it might be different. So I do encourage that. The statistics, again, like I said, we can certainly try to figure out a little bit more, but everybody's different. They come from different locations. And the last piece on the location, I've heard this over and over again, and we've got nothing to hide in terms of location. We'll show you. I look probably every 3 months on all of the sites that York Region owns. We are chronically looking for sites to put affordable housing that is so needed. We have a motion that went from our council to each of these municipalities to ask for 5 acres of land, so 2 acres of land every 5 years, because we are so desperate for land to build housing. So we do own this. It is fiscally responsible to consider the land you own first, and then consider the criteria and the due diligence that we did. When we spoke to a broker, when we look, we didn't put any offers on, we didn't, put any applications in, we did not get that far advanced, but the sheer fact of the cost of the land. So somebody mentioned a $15 million budget. Some of these parcels of land are $15 million. So we can't just buy any site. So maybe the best location might be one that your cousin owns down by another place. We don't own that site. We have to go purchase it. Somebody has to sell it to us. We don't have control over all of that, but it is absolutely possible to see all the sites within York Region. It's on York Maps. I'm happy to provide that at a different point. And again, highly encourage discussion, civil discourse, and I appreciate all the questions here. We're here to answer them, and we can continue to work with this community going forward.
Okay, I just have a couple more for you, Melissa. Why is the good neighbor agreement needed?
Like it's a rental agreement, essentially. So just like if you were to sublet somebody's a room or a basement apartment, you need to outline the expectations of what your agreement is. So this is just ensuring that everybody, and some people don't have that background of living in a multi-residential building. So it's just expectations about being loud or, garbage disposal or, all of those things that outline. And you want to have an agreement. You don't want somebody coming and going. You want somebody to feel like they have a belonging in a place. And the fact that they've signed a lease in their eyes, a good neighbor agreement, really gives them a sense of home ownership in that piece.
Why just a men's shelter? Why not? Mixed.
There are some, this is one of the questions I first asked when I did this. I said, why don't we integrate this? Why are all this? And it turns out in speaking with, and I have a lot to learn, but in speaking with some of our providers and our service providers, and is particularly our experience in Porter Place, the service provision and the difference in the needs between women and men are very astute. They're very different. And in the women's scenario, just like Sergeant Reed said, there's a lot of domestic violence that comes from, and some of these situations are made worse when there's men living in that place. So it has been proven through many places, not just here. There's lots of examples of this around the world, that separating people in terms of providing those more specific sources and specific issues that men may face versus women seems to have worked the best.
As far as from an intake perspective, if there's no room, where do they go?
If there's no room, where do they go? Debbie, do you want to speak to that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If there's no room in the emergency transitional housing facility, we certainly through the pandemic, what we have found is that we've needed to open hotels. We've needed to look for opportunities to create additional space in other places, for example, hotels. We work really hard to ensure that we're supporting individuals. The moment they come into the facility, we assign a housing worker, someone who's experienced in working with this population, to begin developing a plan that outlines their goals, that outlines what they would like to achieve while they're staying in the facility. And part of that includes looking at supporting them with a number of key things, with the emotional support, well-being support that they might need, with job training, with employment training. Michael, who's the CEO of Porter Place, of Blue Door, who operates Porter Place, has created Construct, which is an organization, which is a program that trains individuals. It matches them with employment training and opportunities so that once they leave a facility like Blue Door, like this new emergency and transitional housing facility, they have not only the skills, but they have the orientation, they have the confidence, because part of it is confidence, right? They have the confidence and they have the support to be able to secure employment and maintain that employment and maintain longer term housing after they leave the facility. One of the things that we have been supporting at York Region through a number of providers, emergency housing providers like Blue Door, like Salvation Army, like 360 Kids, is we're supporting individuals to find shared accommodation outside of the shelter system. So this is shared. We call it second stage housing. This is shared accommodation in privately owned and operated homes because we know that affordability is an issue. But here's the thing. When individuals, men, women, families, when they move in these shared housing, we continue to support them to be successful in the community. They're then paying rent. We support them by supplementing the rent in some cases because of affordability. And so these are some of the things that we do to ensure success of individuals.
Thank you. So I don't have any more for two of you. I do have two for Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, thank you, by the way. Compensation, if there's any damage, what will the town do? Any damage to the roads, infrastructure in the neighborhood, considering it's a private condo park?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I really can't answer that aside from if there is an issue that can be proven. It's something that we'd have to deal with through our legal department and our insurance company.
And in regards to any of the reports coming from York Region or any of the other reports, do we do any analysis or bring in any independent experts to evaluate them?
Yes, through you. So with respect to all the background reports, they will all be reviewed by either our own staff or external staff, such as Conservation Authority. And in some instances, we also will hire a third party to review reports.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that would like to come up?
My name is Natalie. I live in Woodhaven subdivision. I just have a question. Between Aurora, we moved to Aurora about 19 years ago. So between Aurora and York, Aurora is a small town, wealthy yet small town, but being by Richmond Hill and Newmarket, in terms of employer job opportunities, transportation and all that, we all know Richmond Hill and Newmarket has a better either of those transportation and employment rates. And another thing would be that part of Aurora is a very desirable area. So I purchased a property and I paid a lot of extra. I paid extra for being back to Ravine. I'm not sure if any of the members have been to that area. It's very, very easy for the men's shelter. They can actually walk to the ravine and they can go, and because there's no supervision 24/7 where they go, how they go, what time they have to be back, or they have to so it's just that's a big concern. Having, again, it was mentioned that we all have young family, young children, so that's another thing, being with the transportation and employment. I think Richmond Hill and Newmarket would be an ideal, if that's possible. And answering to all the questions, again, I think that we are all opposed, again, having a shelter for sure, but yet that area is not a area for having a shelter. There is no sidewalk. There's nothing around that area. So I'm not sure how it's going to go. But as a resident in that neighborhood, I am 100% against it. And I know my neighbors, we all have been against it. And and we weren't informed. It wasn't transparent. We weren't informed. I was informed by my neighbor last week. So that's another thing. I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Shaheen? Let me just get you to state your name again and you have 5 minutes.
Shaheen Maladina. So I'd like to ask the town, why are we not sticking to the official plan? Why are we accepting even this rezoning application in this form? Because we already are in threat of Bill 23. So why aren't we taking a stance of protecting our environmental land? As stated by York Region, you were not even aware of my daycare within 4 kilometers of the site. Why wasn't that research done? There are many other home daycares and daycares within the area, maybe not as close as I am, but there's also another one on Wunley Gate. The other thing I wanted to ask is the region's approach has been in effect for several decades. And has there been any investigation for improved methods instead of a men's shelter? Like, are we looking at maybe a possibility of increasing affordable housing through maybe a community housing project of like low subsidy, mid subsidy, and market rent? I think that would be more effective for this land than a men's shelter.
Thank you. If I can just get you to state your name again in 5 minutes.
Michael Braithwaite, Blue Door. Just some numbers for everyone too. This construct program we're talking about, the social enterprise, 2 years, we put 200 people into the trades. Well-paying jobs that lift them out of poverty, get them out of shelter. Also the intake process too. There's a central intake line that people call. They don't come directly to the shelter. That intake line is fabulous. They actually talk to people because they may not need emergency shelter. They might need other forms of housing that we do have in the community. So we have community housing. Debbie spoke to second stage housing, all sorts of different housing for different needs through that intake process. There's also when people come in and they're assessed, there is a set of rules, housing rules that people have to follow. Emergency housing isn't a fit for everyone. If it's not, we work with our partners across the region and in other regions to find that fit for that individual moving forward. When we, over the last 5 years, we've put about 1,600 people into housing. Some of it is transitional housing, some of it is permanent housing, some of it would be treatment facilities if that's what's needed. But 1,600 people, it's been harder during the pandemic, but that's what we're doing. We're housing people. When people come in, immediately we start on a housing plan. When people say we don't really want these people here, well, they don't want to be there either. No one has a yearning to be in emergency housing. They don't. They want a key to their front door. They want to have a friend over for coffee. They want to do that kind of stuff. And that's immediately what we get onto. 100% of the clients coming through, we work on housing plans for them. Some, it takes longer than others because it's different types of housing, but they have housing plans going forward. And with our intake procedure, that's actually run by our friends at the Salvation Army, with that intake line, sometimes you have conversations that actually diverts people away from the shelter system, up to 20% of them. It's wonderful. We have great outreach workers at the region that then assist those individuals in finding different kinds of housing. We don't really want emergency housing. We want to be put out of a job for sure, but we're not there yet, right? Some people need emergency housing, emergency needs. It's happening. And we want to be there for them when they need that in this location. Hey, I don't know if we've ever in this process come to council anywhere across the country where someone said, this is the perfect spot for emergency housing. Let's be honest, right? There's no perfect spot, but there's better spots. This spot does access, it's, our spot right now at Porter Place is the result of NIMBYism. Way better out there. It's very dangerous where they are. And hey, we've got some concerns we got to work through on this site as well, but it is a little more central. It allows people access to transit across the region, right? And so those are the types of things we look for, but just wanted to share some of those stats. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Yep. Come on up. Let me just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, sir. Actually, I'm resident of the Woodhaven as well. And I just want to mention some of the things which is the people already mentioned, but some of them didn't. Obviously, I'm against this project anyways, because of the, first of all, some area to me has a prestige and some of that has asset. We pay for this house, like I'm paying almost $250,000 to get the, like the, what you call the back to ravine and premium lot. I don't know what's the point. I get the $250,000 extra to build it, to get the premium beside the house wise. And now my backyard to that things is just 200 meters. What, okay, someone responsible for this, either city or the builder. If someone give me $200,000 back to me, I'm okay with that. But otherwise, why should I get the $250,000 extra for nothing? And that's not fair. And again, everybody about saying about the safety, I understand safety is important. I have 2 kids too, no problem. But again, about the prestige too, I have so many places in the Aurora they can't go. I don't really, as long as it's not affecting me, because this is already back and forth for Corona, for financially affecting so many things in the house. This is the final house. I say, you know what, Sean, stay here forever. Now, again, affecting again something else, because you see that the house is almost $2 million. Who's going to responsible for $250,000 ravine? That's the things is not acceptable. And either to me, either the builder lied to us. Okay, if they lie to us, just come here and say we are lied to us. Sorry, God, we're going to pay you back to you the price. Otherwise, this is kind of fraud to me. To me, is a fraud. To selling the things which is not value. This specifically, I'm asking the builder: is this someone goes behind this house? So no, it's always go like the forest. Enjoy, Sean. Enjoy. What enjoy? Well, I don't know, because this from my backyard to this is almost 200 meters, which is I saw it, and everybody can sneak in beside the tree. I see. I'm supposed to have privacy. I pay for it, not free. And this is it. This is not fair. No, I'm against it. Totally, I'm against it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we're at 11:30. 11:30. Yeah, 5. Do we want to extend the hour? We're actually past our health break, our next health break, or do you just want to extend the hour? What does everyone want to do? And just keep going, 15 minutes. Councillor Kim, Councillor Gardner, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Is there any other members of the public that would like to come up and speak? All right. I am going to close the public portion of this meeting. Council, the recommendation that is on our agenda is that report number PDS 23-003 be received, and 2, that the comments presented at the public meeting be addressed by Planning and Development Services in a report to a future general committee meeting. Someone want to move that recommendation? You'll move that? Okay. Is there a seconder? No seconder? I don't, do you want to second it or not? If otherwise, I'm going to ask someone else for something else. You just put it on, you'll second it to put it on the floor? Okay. Comments or questions? To the applicants or to the report? Councillor Gardner.
I'd just like to expand on something. I don't think the resident is here. He wanted to know why council's been silent on this application. But in fact, the region said that in 2021, there were 300 mailouts and 3 virtual public planning meetings. And in 2022, 3 community liaison meetings. So this is, I believe the communication is the responsibility of the region. Am I correct on that, Mr. Muno?
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're correct, Councillor Gardner, with respect to the public engagement that the region conducted in 2021 and 2022. There was no formal application, but they did go out to the public. As I mentioned before, we received this formal rezoning application in June of 2022. And we can only, once we get a formal application, that's when we move to a public planning meeting. They did have a pre-consultation meeting. We mentioned that in our report in April or May of 2021. But again, the formal application came in June of 2022, but the region did conduct their own public engagement and sent out 350 plus notices and had some virtual meetings as well.
Thank you, because I don't believe there was lack of transparency. I don't know why so many people didn't know about it. Perhaps some of you have moved in more recently, but the region has certainly tried for public engagement. Mr. Muno, one of the main things was the fear about the trail system, having the trail system in this area and the residents and the new residents using it. So could you comment on what we might be able to do about that?
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, the proposed trail network throughout this whole area of town, some of it is finalized. This potential connection that runs along the rail, parallels the rail line and up to the regional property is a proposal. Nothing's been approved by this council. It's obviously something that we're going to take back. We've heard some of the concerns regarding the trail access. Again, that nothing has been approved, but that's something that we'll certainly look at and have discussions with the region on the appropriate location for that trail connection.
Councillor?
So if I understand you correctly, the trail may be a non-event because it may change its location and not cause any concern for the residents.
Mr. Romano?
Through Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you
Councillor?
very much. That's all I have for now.
That's all you have for right now. Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Romano, should we not continue the discussion and we do not move forward to GC? I mean, it's rare for the region, let alone another level of government, be an applicant at a public planning meeting. So what's the appetite at the region for this to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, or formerly the OMB?
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, that I can't answer. Haven't had that discussion with them, but I think what we've heard from the regional representatives that they are willing to continue to work with the community and continue public engagement. And if council directs us to hold a second additional public meeting like we've had tonight, we'll work with the region and the community at large to continue those discussions.
Councillor?
Thank you. So, I mean, I'd like to thank, York Region staff and social services for the work that, you guys all do to provide shelter for those in transition. I know it can be a thankless job sometimes, I'm sure. This is a tough discussion because York Region, which we are part of, needs to transition shelter. In a compassionate society in which we live, we do need to have these discussions. But having volunteered in organizations that work with the homeless, and it has been my experience that the fear of the homeless is largely overblown. But I do understand, being a parent myself, I can see how perception and stereotype can be reality. It's a job of a parent to protect their children, perceived or real. Someone seemed to allude that council was aware of this plan well in advance for this location. Let's be clear, it was not council's idea to have a transitional shelter in this area. It was the region's choice. The region, like any large organization, has detailed processes and procedures. And when residents ask or request, even like a crosswalk, speed humps, traffic lights, the region and municipalities has warrants that it has to pass, with its number of cars per hour, traffic speed, 70% of residents being in favor. So when the region evaluated the location in question, how many of the warrants or criteria did this location pass in order to be considered? Council was consulted by York Region staff of a men's transitional home 4 years ago, if I recall, but the potential location was for the abandoned Howard Johnson's Hotel on Yonge Street, north of Wellington. We thought at the time that that would be a great opportunity to revitalize that building, and it would be a good location. And I'm not going to go too far into that, but my concern is that the only reason why this location was chosen was strictly because the region owned this land, therefore more cost effective. And I think the region staff alluded to that. I have no doubt that the region staff considered many facets of this location, but I suspect that given the scarce availability of land everywhere, and which was also alluded, that this parcel of land already belonged to the region, that was a large contributing factor. And just to close, another of my concerns is that there's no neighborhood buy-in into this development. Can a project be successful when there is such opposition? Not many neighborhoods would accept or appreciate transitional housing, but the residents here are unanimous and united. My hat's off to all of you for rallying together in the short time that you mentioned. But based on what I've heard this evening, it's clear to me that the residents do not have the appetite to prolong this discussion with the region. So for those reasons, I cannot support the men's transition home at this location, and I'll be against moving this to a general committee meeting. And as soon as this discussion is over, I would put forth that these discussions discontinue.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And I certainly thank all the residents who came out tonight, those that couldn't stay, as well as those that are here now at 11:45. And certainly in my 12 years, this is one of the largest gatherings we've had at a public planning meeting. It certainly shows the passion and the concerns that the residents of the area have with regards to the particular application. I think, quite frankly, there are so many issues that were raised tonight, and that they haven't been adequately addressed. I can't see how council can move forward in this process. A pin needs to be put in it, and further conversations and answers need to be provided to the residents, specifically around community safety. Almost every single resident that came tonight, and or all the emails and phone calls I've received and all members of council have received, have repeatedly talked about community safety. And there just hasn't been enough details about how that is going to be addressed. Yes, when York Region was at the podium, they talked a little bit about it from a building perspective, but not necessarily about from a community impact perspective. And we always at this table talk about how important safety is, whether it be a crosswalk or a stop sign. The citizens of our community deserve to feel safe in their own homes, and that question needs to be addressed. They need to understand the intake process better. They need to understand what happens when there's an issue. How is it going to be dealt with? All of that still remains to be heard and talked about, let alone the questions around the location. And is there a possibility of finding an alternative location that everybody can get behind? And that question has not been answered to everybody's satisfaction. We have planning application after planning application where anytime residents have come forward, we've always pushed back and said, okay, try and work with the developer to find a solution that's a win for everybody, for the community as well as for the developers. In this case, there's certainly a lot of, there's a huge gap between finding that kind of comfort level for the residents. And so for those reasons, I'm not in favor at all of going to GC. This needs to have further conversation and more answers brought forward before we can move on. And those questions around community safety, location, environmental issues, et cetera, that we heard tonight, they all need to be answered before there's any comfort level of going to the next stage. And I get where some people will say, well, this is just a planning application. We should just be looking at the planning principles and whether this is good planning. This is not just a planning application. This has a huge impact to the neighborhood. And so you got to look beyond the planning principles and take into account everybody's feelings on this matter. It's their home. And we need to respect that. And so I'm not in favor of going to GC at all.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gallo.
I knew this was going to be a bit of a social experiment. And it proved to be the case because I could sense, you know, the genuine flavor of everyone here tonight. The need for these types of facilities. I didn't hear anyone say that it's not needed. There's a lot, and I have a lot written down, and I took all of your comments in an interest of time and perhaps other people wanting to speak. I'm just going to go through some of the highlights for me. First off, in terms of York Region's delegation, I think 2 staff members and a consultant. I'd give you a little bit of advice. It may seem insignificant, but it was significant to me. When you acknowledged us, you said, you know, the mayor and members of council, you failed to acknowledge the public that was behind you. The 3 of you failed to do that, and I made a point of that. And it's significant to me because we have to keep remembering that they are the ones that we serve. We're public servants. We serve them. And, you know, that tone just threw me off from the get-go. And I think it's a learning moment for all of us to make sure we acknowledge the people that we serve. I'm on the fence in terms of, I share Councillor Kim's views. I share Councillor Thompson's views. My gut is telling me, you know, I still, so many unanswered questions. Are there too many unanswered questions that even if we go down that road, that I'm not sure I feel confident that this is the right place for this. I'm open to that further exploration because there are things that are unanswered that were tried to be answered, and I respect the timing, and someone's at the podium and trying to get us information, and it's very difficult to do that. And there's an opportunity to give them more time to answer a lot of those questions. That's an option, definitely not at GC. I would, if we do go down this road, I would certainly recommend another public planning meeting so that we can have this type of forum and you can express your views once there's more information at the table. My biggest issues are the location of it, not only near the residents, which is obviously a huge issue, but I feel like we're a bit of hypocrites here. We want to help people, but we want to put them beside a sewage station because we don't want to necessarily put them on the street because they're more exposed. The choice of location, I have a lot of mixed feelings about that. If the intent truly is to help these people, is that the right place? Not only beside the residents, which is again a huge issue, but beside a pumping station, a sewage pumping station and train tracks. It's almost a bit of a slap in the face to these people who need help. I'm sorry, but that's the feeling that I got about listening to everyone that spoke tonight. I'll listen to my other colleagues, but my initial view is send it back, find another location. If everyone is on board for another public planning meeting to flush out some of these other answers that may help in another location, then I'm happy to entertain that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gilliland. Oh, I need to extend the hour. Once again, 15 more minutes. Councillor Reese. Councillor Thompson, second. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We're not going to repeat everything that was around the table. I think it's pretty clear that many of us don't want to see it to go to a GC. and continue on with some of the discussion. Clearly, there's some things that we want to resolve, whether it's location or comfort with crime and safety. And I'm happy to make an amendment to say, address this to another public planning meeting to at a future date, if that's something that I could put forward now.
I'll let everyone finish speaking and then I'll come back to you, Councillor.
Okay, perfect. There was a couple questions that I had through Mr. Mayor to the applicant. I know there was quite a lot of reference to no sidewalks and just more like a buffer or barrier to the adjacent property. So was it your intention to install or put a sidewalk in that would connect to the downtown of Aurora, and also where you had intentions of putting fencing around the facility to barrier from the neighboring community?
Melissa?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there's a proposed pedestrian sidewalk in front of our site and the land that we own. And then we are working with the town to finalize the pedestrian strategy as the town sees fit. At the moment, you would have to cross the street once we put the sidewalk there to then continue north on the sidewalk that exists.
Councillor?
Thank you. And just a follow-up question, if I may, through Mr. Mayor to Melissa, I'm sorry. Okay. As far as transportation, and I know that, you are working towards having that accessibility. Is York Region looking to put a bus stop or something very close to that location in order to have more accessibility quicker, so they're not walking a very far distance to get somewhere?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, we work with our colleagues at York Region Transit and work with them repeatedly. They actually check the levels of service, the requirements of where the stops are on quite a regular basis. So we can certainly have those conversations about where the best location is and how they would be served. In addition, we do kind of alternative mobility transit as well. So there is kind of different service for people who are experiencing mobility issues that if they can't leave the site, then there is a different option that comes to them.
Councillor?
Thank you. And just final remark, maybe, I don't know if you can answer or not, but obviously just with hearing some of the comments around the table about location. So if we are to push this to another public planning meeting, hopefully you're able to address some of the concerns, come back with more statistics or whatnot, but maybe perhaps if there are other opportunities, if there was another location in mind or whatever, for transparency's sake, be able to be prepared for that as well.
Melissa?
Mr. Mayor, there is no other location proposed at this time. There's not another site that's being looked at. And that's because we have identified this site and worked towards the design process and have gotten to this point. So in terms of transparency, there's no additional site. So we wouldn't be able to bring that up, but certainly we can go back for more information in terms of statistics.
Councillor?
Thank you. Okay. And so I just want to follow up to that because I was a little misunderstood. So through Mr. Mayor to Melissa, you did have some alternate locations prior to choosing this one. So maybe that's kind of the missing link. Maybe we need to have presented at that time to have some comfort in knowing what those were, why they weren't selected, why it didn't work. Be a little bit more detailed in that to help us understand why you ended up choosing this spot. Obviously, there's some reasons why a lot of people don't like this location. I totally get it and I understand that. I just want to have a fulsome understanding of maybe a little more information about all the things we talked about tonight at another public planning meeting. And, at that point, I guess we'll see where we'll go from there. Thanks.
Thank you. Is that all? Thank you. Councillor Weiss?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank everybody who's come out tonight because, as it was suggested today, our primary job is to represent people. And it's clear to me that the people, the residents in this area are not interested in having this for a variety of reasons. And it's also clear to me that the region has not been able to explain what really matters here and how to change people's opinions about this. I've heard from probably 30 or 50 of the residents through emails. I've had a chance to talk to a number of them. There's, in my mind, this should not go to GC yet, but I think we need to have some more information and have those concerns of the residents addressed. And then we can have a better and more fulsome result on this, or a better result on this. So I don't know where we head to this right now, whether there's an amendment to this or whether we just simply, I mean, I'm not going to support going to GC at this point, but I don't know where we go from here. So through you, Mr. Mayor, where do we go from here to help resolve the issue of homelessness and helping the homeless in this community and elsewhere, and find a place that is useful?
So right now, Councillor, we have a recommendation for GC. So unless there's an amendment put on the floor, which I will get to, seems like there will be, we would have to vote this down if this is not what you wanted to do. But I will get back to that. I still have two people on the docket to speak. And so I'm going to go to them and I'm going to wait until we get to the end to.
But my interest is to get it on the floor so we could have these conversations. So I'm happy to do so, but I'm not interested in having this go to GC either.
No, absolutely. And we can make that friendly amendment. Councillor Gardner, second time?
First time, I believe.
Was it first? No, second?
Second time?
Second time.
I echo Councillor Thompson's fulsome comments. This needs to go to another public planning meeting. And so I would be in agreement of either voting down the motion on the floor or having an amendment, which I'm not sure we can do.
Well, we'll figure it. I'll figure it out
Yeah.
procedurally while I go to Councillor Gallo for a second time. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. And I just wanted to get this in before that happened. Two things. First of all, I just want to express my concern with using Belinda's place as a comparator. I think it's an unfair comparator to what this is. This is will be the only fully men's shelter in the region, and from many aspects, comparing Belinda's place to this isn't correct. Even though it's on a major artery, it's beside residential. I think we can all agree to a certain degree that having a woman's shelter is different than a men's, and the distance in which the other one is in East Gwillimbury, it's not near residential, so even that is not a fair comparison. This is very unique, and perhaps we have to go outside of our region in terms of finding comparisons. The last thing is I would like to hear through you, Mr. Mayor, from the regional representatives that if we do go to a future public planning meeting, is their intent to hold off in terms of any future action that they can legally take right now, and that they're willing to wait for us to go through that process.
As far as from a tribunal perspective, Councillor, is that Josh, did you want to? I won't get you to come down. I'll say it again, what you say, but go ahead. Okay. Councillor, so just in case no one heard that, Josh mentioned that if the desire is from council to hold a second public planning meeting, they have no desire to go beyond that. And as far as appeal it, from what I understood, what Josh said. So, Councillor.
I just wanted to I was suspected that. I just wanted to get it on the record. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? So hopefully I got 6 minutes. I'm going to try to get in just two questions. I think that they're very important. So Mr. Ramuno, LSRCA states that the woodland on the property is considered significant as determined in the EIS under the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, York Region Official Plan, and Town of Aurora Official Plan. And development and site alteration is not permitted within significant woodlands and their 10-meter buffer. So how will the proponent address the concerns of the board regarding policy conformity section to demonstrate how the proposed development conforms with applicable natural heritage policies in the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, York Region Official Plan, and the Town of Aurora Official Plan? It's why I think it's an important one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and we have seen preliminary comments from the Conservation Authority, and they don't have an objection to where the proposal is located based on the buffer and the protection of the the woodlot, which is EPA to the west. We don't have their final comments, but we'll work towards that. But based on their preliminary review, they're satisfied that the woodlot will be protected with that 10 to 15 meter buffer.
Thank you. And then one more, Metrolinx has raised concerns about security and trespass, which is on page 9 in our town report. and specifically mentioning the need for fencing along the property line, rail corridor. And as the drawings do not include any fencing solutions, what steps is the proponent going to take to address these concerns?
Yeah, again, through you, Mr. Mayor. And again, those are standard comments from the from Metrolinx. This is because the region submitted a zoning bylaw amendment. They haven't submitted a formal site plan application. That'll have to come down at a future date. But again, I think the region will be able to address that through the proper fencing requirements and the noise mitigation measures that were identified in the noise report.
So do I have enough time to make some comments? I do? Okay. So I want to thank not only town and regional staff for their presentations, but also obviously all of you, the residents who came forward this evening, and those that reached out to myself or members of council in person or via email to express their concerns regarding the proposed transitional housing facility, and the many who have similarly reached out to myself or members of council in support of this proposal. So I will keep my comments brief because I know I'm running out of time. The application before council this evening asks us to consider whether we have sufficient information to decide if the proposed location for an emergency shelter and transitional housing is the right one for both the people it is meant to serve and for the residents and homeowners in proximity to it. So before I speak to my own questions and concerns with the location of the proposed facility, I'd like to speak to the need for the facility. We need more supportive housing in York Region. Now, I've seen firsthand the need in our community, and that need is simply staggering. From skyrocketing rents to dwindling or frankly non-existent availability of rental units, housing affordability has reached crisis proportions. And it has had a devastating impact on those most vulnerable in our community. In the most recent iCount report, York Region's report on homelessness, they state that almost 22% of people reported being unable to pay rent or a mortgage as one of the reasons for their homelessness. This compared to just 14% in 2018. That's 1 in 5 homeless people are without a roof over their head because they can no longer afford one. And that count only counts those that are visible. According to the same report, fully 80% of people who experience homelessness in Canada are not visible. And this hidden homelessness leads to significant undercounting of homelessness, which means that the need for emergency and transitional housing is far greater than the numbers reported. There are people living rough right now in Aurora. People living in tents, people living in their cars, people living in bus shelters. And there are many more who are insecurely housed. Those that shuffle from place to place, sleeping with friends or acquaintances wherever possible. And since the start of the pandemic, local support organizations such as Welcoming Arms has seen huge uptick in those that need their services, including meal programs and assistance with assessing resources. There's tremendous need in our community to provide support to those that are marginalized, and that need is growing. So the question of whether this facility is needed is not a question at all. It most definitely is. But is this the best location for it? Is the proposed site the best location to meet the needs of those who require supportive housing and the services provided within the facility, while also taking into consideration the concerns raised by our residents in proximity to the proposed facility? Will residents that are in proximity to it feel safe? Will those that need to access its services feel safe? Is it sufficiently close to accessible transit options? Is it close enough to medical facilities for adequate access to care? Is it close to other services that marginalized residents need to access? What other locations we've heard in Aurora have been considered or could be considered for this facility that better address the security, accessibility, transit, and other issues raised this evening? I think the bottom line, the question is this the best location? Or is it the most expedient option? There are many questions that both council and the public have put forward tonight that require answers before we can truly feel confident in saying that this is the best location. Now, with that in mind, I think it's quite evident from what my colleagues have said across this table is that I think we're pretty unanimous in our support that this be brought back to a future public planning meeting. I agree with that sentiment as Councillor Thompson has asked for, and I know Councillor Gillen, I'm going to turn to you because I think that what we'll do is put that forward as an amendment And I think the expectation is that the questions and concerns raised this evening will be addressed when we come back to that next public planning meeting. So at this point, I will ask Councillor Gilliland, if you'd like to make that amendment. Who is my original mover? Councillor Weiss? Can we do it friendly? Are we okay with that, Ms. Deputy Clerk? Okay. So are you okay with that? We'll change it to public planning. Who's second? Councillor Gilliland, you okay with that? Okay. All right. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Can I also get assurances through you to Mr. Ramuno that rather than just following our standard procedure of notice for 120 meters, that it be well expanded so that all of the residents within the greater area are certainly notified of that future public planning meeting, that the information is going to be published well in advance, and that there can have some confidence that many of the questions that were raised will be answered in the subsequent reports.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through Mr. Mayor, we'll certainly do that. And we obviously will compiling a mailing list now with all the people that have spoken. So we'll ensure that the entire community is aware of the next public planning meeting. And we'll also work with the region on future engagement.
Councillor? That's it. Thank you. Councillor Gilliland, second time? What was Councillor Kim? Councillor Kim first. No, it was a friendly amendment. So this is your second time.
As I mentioned earlier, my preference is to not go to public planning either, because it seems clear that the residents do not have the appetite to have this discussion further. But my concern is that given the direction of the province, and given that the Ontario Land Tribunal is a creature of the province, my concern is that if we take it out of our hands, then the decision will be made for us without any inputs from us. So it seems like we're caught between a rock and a hard place, and we have no choice but to go to public planning to have some kind of discussion, because going back to public planning doesn't allow us to seek out other sites. Public planning means it's that site. So that's my understanding. And if that's wrong, Mr. Ramuno, you can feel free to correct me. So through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ramuno, can there be a discussion in public planning about other locations, or is public planning going to be discussing this site?
Mr. Ramuno, would you have an answer for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess we've heard from the region. I mean, the application is for this site, but they are willing to continue engagement, and whether they're able to, come up with optional sites, I can't answer that.
Councillor?
Thank you. That's what I thought. And so, we don't have really much choice in this procedures other than to go back to public planning to have an amicable discussion, and we'll have to go from there. I feel bad for the residents that they have to continue to wonder about this. It seems unfair, but given the process, the provincial process, planning process that we have to undergo, it seems that the best route for us would be to go back to public planning.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Gilliland, second time? Oh, sorry. Motion to extend. I have to. You want to give me like another 10 minutes?
Sure.
Everyone want to get another 10 minutes? All right, 10 minutes. Councillor Gallo, Councillor Gilliland, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. I just actually want to do a follow-up to what Councillor Kim was saying. I agree with what you're saying, and I understand and I hear what you're saying, but I do think public planning is necessary, especially if we are going to extend to the greater area, as well as Councillor Thompson had asked. So it does allow for greater input, and it also allows the region to respond to a lot of the concerns as well. I know that we have had a couple public planning meetings on some applications to where we decided not to go forward at that time after 2 public planning meetings. So it's not to say that it's all doom and gloom, But at that time, we could certainly send that same message at that point, but at least we're giving everybody the same opportunity to come back to present maybe with some changes, and maybe they'll reflect and they will have some other opportunities there that they'll take away from the meeting that we had tonight. But I agree, we need a little bit more input and we need a little bit more clarity and understanding of what this actually means in our communities. So I do agree with what everybody's saying. But I guess the one thing is, which is coincidental and it's completely, it's related, but it's unrelated. I didn't come here prepared for that, for it being announcing this tonight, but I am hosting a crime prevention workshop session at the Aurora Community Center on March 3rd in the evening with York Regional Police. And it's open to anybody in the public. So if we do end up with a public planning meeting, if that gets passed tonight, at least it is an opportunity to come and ask questions. And I hope to have someone there also from, I think it's Crime Ontario or Crime York Ontario. I'm not sure what it's called, but and I'm hoping to have a couple of representatives there that you can ask as many questions as you want. So, and I think that's kind of some of the feedback that I'm hearing from you guys. So that's March 3rd. I don't know exactly the time because I just kind of solidified that, and hopefully we can get some clarity there one-on-one.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I call the vote, just so everyone has to say, Councillor Kim, valid points, great point you make. We've heard from the residents. We have an understanding of what their thoughts are. Obviously the location, their perspective on that is not going to change 100%. And so, to answer your question, why shouldn't we just say no? So what I'll explain is if we do say no at this moment in time, obviously there's only one option for the region, is either, well, two options, either abandon completely or take it to the tribunal. Whereas if at least we go to public planning, we understand where the residents stand, and we've all said that we stand with them, and we want to make sure that their answers, their concerns are heard, and that the region works with us. And the only way for us to work with them and come up with a solution that, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, that is something that could possibly be that everyone can get on board and everyone can say, this is how we move forward as a neighborhood, as a community, as a town, as a region. To not only make sure that it's something that our community accepts, but also that is going to provide those supports that are much needed for those that are most vulnerable in our community. So I think that's why probably public planning is probably the best option, because it allows us to continue to have that dialogue and to get to a place that we could possibly be where all of us are accepting of what happens in the future. Now, if we get to the point that it comes back and this is the only location and nothing has changed, well, then that's a decision that this council is going to have to make at that time. But this allows for us to continue to have those conversations. And so that's my answer. And to all of you. And obviously, we're here, as was mentioned many times, to represent you. You are residents of our community, but also we want to make sure that we also, as I mentioned, help those that are most vulnerable in our community as well. We want to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind in our community. But I thank each and every one of you for coming out this evening. Hopefully we can come to that resolution where it's something that we all are accepting of, and we can move forward as a community together. So thank you everyone for coming out this evening. With that, I will call the vote, council. Councillor Gallo? No. Councillor Gallo? Did you? Yeah? No? Oh, we're good. That carries unanimously. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. If anyone hasn't filled out a green card and would like to be on the list, please make sure you grab that one of the green cards up here from the front and fill it out, please. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Mike, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gardner, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.